back. 7:01, January 7th. How's everybody doing? Spa music mixed with the Matrix. Spa waiting room music mixed with the Matrix. That's the vibe Anna BB at chat says she gets from this music. I'll take it. I'll take it. Actually, like, the guy who posts this, another algo dub. The more, that's the downfall, pitfall of the algo, but also the beauty of the algo is that if you are watching good shit, if you are clicking on good shit, it's going to give you more of that good shit. So I've been watching a lot of these, listen to a lot of these kind of like techno, maybe waiting room-esque albums, I guess. This one popped up on my feed by Arcologies. Go give him a thumbs up. Go give him a like. Go give him a subscribe. This is pretty good. Pretty good shit. And he's got more over here. But W Algo Poll. W Algo Poll. I like it. My brain read Jake Mon, and I was wondering if you were leaning into Rastafarianism. No. Jake Mon. Hey brother. Hit like and subscribe, brother. I've had an insane evening. Yeah. We got a good show. We got a good show for you guys. We got a lot to talk about here on the Saturday special. We got Yuval Harari's weird WEF speech. I was actually going to cover a couple weeks ago whenever all that shit was happening, but I ended up not doing it because I had other shit to talk about. But we're going to look at some of the stuff because one of the guys that we've reacted to in the past, Europos, has a video on it. I thought, hell, showed up on my feed, another algo poll. I thought, hell, we'll take a look at it. Well, this Jonathan Pajot reacted to it, and he kind of responded to it. So we're going to go through that, look at that. We have Epstein shit. I mean, every day I get on X, and on YouTube, frankly. It's just nonstop Epstein new shit that comes. I mean, there's like 3 million emails or something like that? Like every day there's new shit. So we're going to look at some of the interesting stuff that's coming out, some of the reactions that have been taking place around the internet, and just interesting things I saw on there. Obviously there's just like way too much, no single person. I was watching Jay Dyer's stream the other day, and I mean, he said part 4. He's doing part 4 stream, multiple streams. I look back, he had multiple streams of 5+ hours of nobody can parse through all this on their own. And you're going to get lost in it. And ultimately, also, there's a lot of AI and disinformation on X as well. So everything I see, as interesting as some of the stuff is, I take it with a grain of salt, and I make sure, I got to maybe confirm. I go and look at what maybe other people are saying and see, okay, maybe this seems more credible, whatever. So there's a lot of disinformation going around as well, which is weird. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. And then we got, obviously, the Elijah Schaffer drama. And there was going to be Jake Shields drama as well. Jake Shields and Nick Fuentes having a little rift in AF over Epstein. But they made up. They made up within like 24 hours. So I was going to cover that, but I'm like, the Elijah Schaffer shit is much more juicy and sensationalizing. Sensational. Titillating.
It's only a dream.
But yeah, good show tonight. We're good. We're back at it. We're hyped. We're a lot more awake and aware and ready than we were last week. Last week, man, I was so tired. Like I said, I almost didn't do a stream. This week, I'm like, all right, we're back. We're here. We're ready. We got shit to talk about. We got shit to do. We're hit the ground running. We're cool. I'm down with it. I hope everybody else is feeling the same way. We're going to get into a lot of good stuff. Before we do any of this stuff that I just talked about, please give me a like on the video. Just do it now. Go like. You don't even know the you don't even know what the content is, but like now the fact that I'm even here, right? The fact that I'm even here doing this at all for free. All I want is a like. You can just like it, please. Give me a subscribe as well. Jacob on YT. We're at 276 subscribers, on our way to 280. Let's get to 300. If I get to 300, my uncle will subscribe. So we got to get to 300. Okay, I cannot let Uncle Rob down. 300 is the goal, the next goal. Give me a follow on X. Same exact thing, Jacob on YT. Helps me out a ton, and it's all I ask for. Let's turn this down a bit. Oh, we could just actually pause it all together. Anyways. Adorable Waffles, you have come to the right place for sanity, right? You've come to the right place for sanity. This is your safe. This is our safe space here. This is the safe space for schizos. Okay, you can come here and you can lay down your insane takes about how the mailman is watching you and how he's shooting. When he gets back into his truck, he's shooting goy beams into your house to make you eat Cocoa Puffs all day and not want to do anything. We believe you. It's all true. It's all real. You're not a lazy bum. You're being influenced by the Mossad to sit there and be a dumb bitch. Indeed, yes, indeed. Take no responsibility, no accountability, no responsibility. It's your mailman with the goy gun. He saw what you ordered. He saw the magazines. He knows. You're reading Sheeple magazine. You guys remember Sheeple magazine? Is that still a thing? David D's. Sheeple magazine. He sees your subscription to Sheeple magazine. And he says, I know what must be done. Calls up the Postmaster General. Hey, sir, we have one. That's not even it. This, dude. I love this. I love this. I love this artwork. It's so funny. Oh, you can't even see it. Man, I got this shit cut up and it's like... Does it even have... Yeah, there we go. I love this. This shit is so funny. This is me. This is me on my phone at work. There is literally a 5G tower right next to my work, too. I look at it every day, and I'm like, I wonder why I always have a headache when I come into work. Clearly, it's the 5G towers, right? It's not any of the nonsense that the customers come and bring me. But anyways, we got a good show. We have a good show. We have a exciting, drama-filled, schizo-pilled, all of it. It's really, really, really top-notch Saturday, guys. It's going to be a really top-notch Saturday. Growing a third eye. Yes, I'm growing my third eye out. Just like in From Beyond, yes. One of these days I'll come on here and my forehead will be split open and there'll be a little eye poking out of it. And you'll know. Everybody will know that I cranked up the hertz on my goy beam a little too high. There was another, my pineal gland, correct, yeah. There was another question here. J Money, do you think there is any influencer who doesn't know who Epstein is? Right, okay. No, I would be very hard pressed to find anybody. Like, I'm trying to think if I asked normies at work. Like, I did bring it up to one girl who works with us. I said, "Have you seen any Epstein stuff?" And she said, "Not really much. I just saw I don't know, you guys have probably seen it too, like the trap door that he had that went down into the ocean." She said, I saw that picture, and she said, what the hell is that for? And I said, your guess is as good as mine. I don't know. But I'm trying to think, would there be any normie? I'm trying to think like some normie customers, maybe like old ladies, maybe some old ladies, if they're not Candace pilled. Not, the Karens are probably they're all watching Candace, so they're tapped in, right? They're getting they're getting too tapped in, right? They're getting one shotted. But I'm trying to think, maybe old people, maybe some old people. I'm trying to think of any other, because I think if you're on social media like at all, I feel like you have to have seen it. It's been such a profound news story for the last, since what, 2008 or some shit, right? But really hyped up in 2016-ish era. I feel like it's really tough it'd be tough to find somebody who is not fully cognizant of what, maybe they don't know every detail about it, but they know who Epstein is. I encountered one who seemed basically like he said he wasn't sure. And I think that sounds like a majorly sus claim. Yeah, I would be like weird, like, what? Like, I don't know. Like, you have to be like, maybe if you are someone who just gets online and watches Mr. Beast videos and like gaming tutorials or some shit, like Roblox or Fortnite or something, maybe. And I'm starting to think, because I want to do this, because when I mentioned that to my coworker, she said, I haven't seen really anything about it other than that trap door. I thought, okay, that's the only thing you saw. Like, I was even taken back by that, but she had heard of it, right? And she's pretty much as normie as they come. Single mom, works most of the time, right? Like, she lives by herself. Like, she's 30, I don't even know, mid to late 30s. So she's pretty much as normie as they come, and even she's seen something of it. But I would like to ask people, I might do this. Maybe I should maybe this is content. Maybe I should go around. I'm going to go around with my camera, and I'm going to go up to my coworkers and ask them, what do you do when you get on your phone? What apps do you use? And then furthermore, what do you do on those apps? Like, oh, I go on Facebook. Like Sam, the girl at work, she gets on Facebook a lot. A lot of people in that, like late millennial milieu, they have Facebook a lot. They're on there because I was really big when they were young, when they were teenagers. It's like, okay, you can understand that. Now it's like Instagram. Instagram's for the youngins. I understand that. TikTok, obviously. But I'd like to talk to just a normie average person and just say, because everybody's algorithm is different, right? Everybody's internet experience is vastly different. When I get on here, it's, you'll never believe this. You'll never believe what Candace said. You'll never believe this Epstein drop, right? You'll never believe whatever. It's schizo, conspiratard shit. But these people, I find myself eavesdropping when they're on their phone. I don't know if you guys do this. Maybe I'm a sicko pervert, but when people are on their phones, I kind of like, and a lot of these people play their shit out loud too, their videos out loud, like on full volume. So it's like, come on, like, you don't even really give a shit if I hear what you're doing. But sometimes I'll look and I'll go, okay, it's just like run of the mill normie shit. But then sometimes I'll see people looking at like political content, and I'm like, interesting. What's your algorithm look like? But I want to ask these people, what do you do? Oh, I get on YouTube. Okay, well, what are you into? What do you watch? Do you watch car videos? Do you watch gaming? Do you watch news, political stuff? Like, what is it? What is it the average normie, the average person I work with is into? And just get kind of a general, get a kind of general overview of what the people around me are, into. I don't know. Is that too personal? Maybe that's too personal. I don't know. Maybe they would be like, oh, I'm never going to show you my my recommended is like, it'd be like embarrassing. Oh shit. Yeah. Jimmy Dore, yeah, don't Candace, don't pay no attention to that shit. Pay no attention to that. Psychedelic Principalia. Yeah, that is from Recess. Is that from the movie? Is that the Recess, the movie? I haven't seen that movie in many moons. Karen's tapping in right at the limit where I start tapping out. Yeah, I know. It's the curvature. You start to intersect. They're going up and you're dipping out. I'm out. I'm done. This is not Oprah. This is not Oprah. This is our livelihood. This is heads of state. This is the economy. This is war. This is violence. It's not your stupid patty cake time on Candace. Okay, Karen. Like he'd heard of him, but didn't really know. And I thought, really hard to believe, bro. Yes, on the streets episodes. Yeah, should I do that? Getting that right. My algo is a bunch of 7 views videos of guys sitting in their cars with check engine light on, tilted something like, what is the point of light? I see those too. I get those too. I've also, there's a new one. I've been getting Call of Duty, old Call of Duty gameplay with commentary over it. Like back in the day I used to watch, where it'll be like, give up on dating apps, right? What's the guy's name? Paulie Walnuts. Shout out to Paulie Walnuts. Real ones know. I've seen his videos. I think I'm subscribed to him on my other account. But those are like popping up everywhere, right? Where it's like Modern Warfare 2, because shit nowadays just sucks. So people go back to the old shit and they're like, I'm going to play this old game from, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Because I don't even play Call of Duty anymore. That shit is long gone. Long gone. I haven't bought Call of Duty for probably like 4 years, at least. And they won't remake it. Everybody wants Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3 remastered, and they just will not do that. I can't think of so when people tell me, people always talk about how, the financial incentive of things. Well, people want to make money. People want to make money. I don't actually think that's the case. Okay. I don't actually think people care. And the woke era kind of proved that with Disney, losing billions of dollars on their shit ass, woke ass, Ms. Marvel and all that crap. I don't actually think they care about making money. I think you get to a certain plateau where you have so much money that it's like, yeah, you can blow billions and billions of dollars and it's not that big of a deal. So the whole financial incentive to a lot of the conspiracy stuff or just the world, when you get to a certain level, I just think that doesn't make any sense. It's more about solidifying power and maybe more like generational wealth than anything. And that's not always directly tied to financial, immediate financial incentives. For you, it is because you're poor. For me, it is because I'm poor. But for the elite, they're like, no, I'm trying to figure out how to live forever. I'm trying to figure out transhumanism. I'm trying to figure out how to instantiate myself into the world forever and my children for the rest of, of time. But yeah, I just think they would make so much money if they came out with Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3 remastered multiplayer. And I would buy it. I would buy it tomorrow. But they don't because ultimately they hate us. They hate us. They hate you. They hate you, white man. They hate you. They hate the 2009 gamer. That world is gone. It's over. It's time for a new world, right? And so I just think I don't even get it. And the thing is they're not afraid of nostalgia too, because they do nostalgia all the time with movies and stuff. They rehash shit all the time, so they don't care about. But it's for some reason, some stuff they're just like, no, we'll never go back to that. We have maybe there's what the thing they're propping up is more. I don't know. More of their speed, more of the modern speed, the modern variety, and going back would actually harm them. I don't know. I have no idea. I guess it's not even nostalgic because it would be almost like a theater that played like like Back to the Future, right? Like the original one. Like, and people go and see that and they make money off of it. But they're actually, it's the same IP. They're just making a new version of it with their new updated propaganda and all that bullshit. So maybe that's what it is. It's like, it's not quite the same thing as nostalgia because Call of Duty is still Call of Duty, still the same IP, but they're able to have it and transform it and make it what the modern, to modern sensibilities, right? Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Everything's just like gay now, dude. It's not even gay anymore. It's like, that's the thing. It's like now it's like woke is like dead, guys, right? But like it's not even that anymore. It's now like shit just sucks. I was watching somebody react to, speaking of gaming, the Nintendo Direct, the recent Nintendo Direct, and it was just like, what? It just looked like every game just looked like shit. And I was like, have we just like forgotten how to, are we just ran out of ideas, I guess. I don't know. I guess we're just rehashing old shit and the new shit we have is just crap. And you're like, okay. I haven't tuned into the Epstein stuff in years. The Epstein stuff makes me sick to my stomach. No wonder young folks have no interest in this crap show. That's true. That is true. I get it. I get sick of it. I get sick of a lot of this conspiracy shit and hot like geopolitics and like political. Like I get sick of a lot of this shit. I got fatigue, right? I got politics fatigue and conspiracy fatigue. So I get that, like steering clear from it, but yeah, I don't know. Here we are. Hey, it's content. And it's something that's happening. And some people, we're going to see a clip from Thomas Massey. He thinks this is going to be bigger than anything, bigger than Iran Contra, bigger than Watergate, bigger than all this shit. So we'll see. All right, let's move along. Let's move forward. I want to pop this out. Can I? Oh, I can't do that. Can I just pop this out? Or is that not allowed? Can I just pop out the stream, the chat? I've never done this before. This is not the time to start trying new shit, by the way, when you're in the middle of a stream. That's not the time to start experimenting. I'll leave it for now. All right, let's move along. Big streamer, I don't know if anybody's heard of her, Emiru, was asked on her stream about ICE, which is also, it's funny to see. Doesn't that seem like it was so long ago? The ICE protests and the Peretti and was Alex Peretti, right? Correct? Isn't that his first name? His death and all that seemed like it was like, oh, that's old news. That was last week. That was 2 weeks ago. That shit is way old news. We got new shit. We got all this new stuff. The news cycle is so fast. It makes things just, it disorients your sense of time, in a lot of ways. But she was asked on her stream about ICE, and she gave a leveled take for once. She gave a leveled take. A streamer gave a leveled take that I agreed with. Let's check this out.
Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting big content creators to, like, say their opinions on, like, important topics. I get that, right? But it's like, if you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to, like, get off the internet. Like, just stop. Like, hello? Like, I don't, like, what? Like, how am I gonna, I don't know. Get help. Like, even, like, I don't know. Like, obviously I don't, like, dislike any of the political streamers, except for, like, some of, like, the really bad ones. I don't really like them. But it's like, I don't understand how in the first place people care so much what they say. I guess it's because they just have a lot of reach or influence, but it's like, why are you listening to them in the first place? I don't know.
Isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy in the big 2K26? This is a hot take. Like, having no opinion is actually a hot take. When I saw this, I thought, oh my gosh, this is refreshing. Somebody who's not just like, yeah, I totally know it's going. I totally am. I am pro. I'm anti. Right? She's like one of the first big streamers I've ever seen. Is just like, I don't actually think I should put my opinion out there because it's not well researched, well developed. I don't really know that much. I just kind of do my own thing. And she, I think, is friends with Asmongold. I know they've done videos and stuff in the past. And Asmongold just, I mean, he's gone completely, completely political brain now. Like everything he does is like pro-Trump administration, nonstop reporting on, and he's been doing this since 2024, basically. I said it back then, and I think that there's been connections made behind the scenes with him. Maybe Peter Thiel, I don't know. But it's just refreshing to see that because we live in such a society. Our society right now is like, you will be political. You will be an activist. Every individual is an activist. You are a citizen soldier. Get online and post your takes. Get out there, go out to the rally, raise your fist, kneel, right? All this shit. We saw that for the longest time with the left, where like every person, you cannot afford to not be out there on the front lines. You cannot afford to be an activist, which had a lot of damaging effects to, you know, things like family creation, right? Things like your own personal lives. This was what Jordan Peterson always rallied against, right? Clean your room first. Get your shit together. Get your shit ordered. Asmongold, clean your room maybe a little bit before you start having these hot political takes. That was like, you got to take care of the, you know, the kind of periphery. You're on the periphery. You're way out there talking about these high level geopolitical problems. And you're completely avoiding things that are right in front of you. How's your relationship with your family? Is your house in order? Do you have your friends, right? Like, do you have enough money for rent? No, I don't have any of that shit. But what I do have is hot takes on climate change. And you're like, something's missing. Something's missing. I think something's missing here. You got to figure that shit out. Not that you can't have this, like, I'm not like, if you see something, and she probably has a reaction to, you know, the ICE protests and the deaths and everything. She absolutely does. But to be like, oh, I'm going to be the one, I'm going to go out there and profess it and advocate, be an activist for this thing. That's just like, why do you need to do that? You're giving yourself over to a cause that in a lot of ways has no real impact in your real life. Or if it does, it's like way far away from you, and it's not as immediate as having enough money to pay for rent or a damaged relationship with a family member. Like, that's just way more immediate, and that's just going to harm you way faster than the big bad climate change. So I don't know. There's like, and it's you know, it varies obviously. I think taking stands on maybe things that are like impact you economically, right? Okay, that will impact you directly. But like these kind of like flashpoint hot culture war events, it's like, I don't know, man. You know, you gotta like make your bed, dude. You got like other shit going on. And it's such a revolutionary thing to hear somebody say, no, I actually don't think we should be listening to these people because they don't really know. We don't know who they are. That's what I say. You don't really know who these people are. And who gave them any sort of credentials to be able to speak intelligently on this topic? And a lot of times they don't. They're just towing the line because they're like ideologically captured. Really, that's what it is. And it was the same thing. Like, we've seen it with the woke left for years. You'd have people who go into the college system, become indoctrinated. They get emotionally charged up. They're in this culture where their authority figure, their teacher, the dean, whoever, is basically vomiting leftist garbage talking points to them and telling them how bad they are if they don't agree with them. And all their friends jump on board, so then they have to jump on board. Then they come home for Thanksgiving break, and then they regurgitate it to their parents, and their parents are like, what the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? Microaggressions? What are you talking about? And it's like, you know nothing, really. Like, that's the thing, is like, you are 19 years old, you know jack dick about the world. You know, it's like, you've worked 2 jobs in your life. Once at Subway, once at Arby's. It's like, what the fuck do you know about these large scale topics, these geopolitical topics that are on the periphery, that really, you know, if you do go to school and you study these things, like, you go through kind of you go through the ladder in the ranks, and you kind of expand your horizons of knowledge to the periphery, then you become an expert. But, you know, you have all this other information that came between you as a 19-year-old and then now you as a 30-year-old who's been studying the topic for 10 years. You have all this kind of wisdom that's been built up and all these experiences that have happened, that now you might not be so fervent. You might not be such an activist on something, but you have an opinion on it, and it's educated. But that's not what, you know, clearly is not what's happening. And you see this starting to happen with the right now. Now the rights are like, now you will be activists. Now all your children will be activists. We have to think of all these existential problems that you have to now get on board with. And you have to go and you have to get out there and be a screeching activist about. Is she going to eat that? But it isn't a conspiracy. It's true. You know, that's the thing, is like, there might be truths to these things. I think all of these things that we kind of encounter, if they're not based in reality to a certain degree, they're not going to have any staying power. Like, if I'm trying to spout out propaganda about the green men from Minnesota who are siphoning dollars out of your paycheck, like, you're going to be like, what? Like, that doesn't really, I feel like that doesn't have any basis in reality. And you're going to totally discard that. It's going to be easy. But if I tell you something like climate change, like, oh yes, we have these experts who tell us a statistical model, and you know why it was so hot last summer? Well, it's because climate, whatever. Or these things are dying off. The coral reefs are dying off, guys. Look at the coral reefs. But aren't the coral reefs growing back now? You know, wasn't that a big update? It was like, oh no, coral reefs are actually coming back. Coral reefs are actually fine. But it's not even about the information itself. It has really nothing to do with the information. The information is the information, and the truth exists out there, right? The truth is out there. It's the person who's engaging with the information. That's what I'm talking about here. Not every person is equipped to deal with this information, as we've seen with Candace and the Karens. They're running down every single corridor to tell you why astral projecting Charlie Kirk was killed by the beekeepers and freaking ancient Sumerian technology. Like you're like, okay, dude, see, you're not equipped to deal with this. I'm barely equipped to deal with this. Honestly, it's like, I feel like I'm getting better at it, but it's like discerning and getting through the waiting, I mean, looking at these Epstein files, it's like I see something and I'll look at it and go, oh my gosh, they just admitted it. And then you go, wait a minute. It's like, you have to take a step back, right? That's like discernment. You have to have discernment. You have to have like an element of wisdom. And you take a step back and you go, is this AI? Is this fake? And, you know, some of it's hard to tell. You don't really know. But I just go, okay, if this is not confirmed by multiple other sources, I don't even run with it. Or if it's not confirmed by the person themselves, I think that you need to just take a step back on that and go, okay, maybe there's nothing there. Or maybe that's fake. But ultimately, it's like, they know these people. This is why people who are young are so fervent about this shit. because they are impressionable and they're stupid. And you implant these ideas into their heads, you tell them about these ideas, and they take it and they run with it to the umpteenth degree. Their emotions lead the charge. And they are now on the front lines as a citizen soldier that they want you to be. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, we want people to go up to freaking Minnesota and get in a protest. Hell yeah, we want you to be charged up and go out and do that. They could use you. They can just pull you. They can guide you around because you don't actually know all the relevant information. And on top of it, even if you did, you are very ill-equipped at dealing with that information. I think it should be talked about. Again, here's another thing too. Who's talking to you about it? If I'm talking to my dad about something, I don't think that there's any nefarious purpose there. If I'm talking to my mom about something, my cousin, whoever, my best friend, I don't think he's telling me this because he wants me to do something for him. He wants me to be an activist for his cause. I think he's legitimately like, what's going on here? And we can talk that out and you can flesh that through and you can maybe learn from it. But a political streamer, like she's saying, who has you don't know anything about them. And it seems like on a lot of occasions, they don't know anything about the topic either. You go, what exactly are you telling me to do here? What exactly are you trying to get me to believe in and to be a soldier for, like, so it's very good discernment on her to be like, I don't think I should have an opinion on this. If I don't know that much, it's like, thank God. Thank God. I think people should be very discerning about digging into evil. Yes. And discernment is like lack of discernment is like the problem of the age. That's like one of the major problems of the age is that people just have no discernment and they lack all wisdom. And you can't blame the younger generations for having a lack of wisdom because their elders, a lot of their elders don't have any wisdom. They don't know what the hell they're doing either. They've been hollowed out and they've been ripped from tradition. And a lot of their problems were solved for them through the market. And a lot of their worldviews were created by Hollywood. So, in that frame of mind, I don't blame the boomers. I don't blame the older generations. But if you have that frame of mind, it's like they were a rape generation. They were a mind rape generation by The Doors, right? By Jim Morrison, the CIA. They were raped by this music. And by David Bowie, right? They were raped by it. It's good music too, right? If it was not good music, people wouldn't listen to it. But it's like this kind of this lens in which they view the world did not lend to a wise generation, frankly. And there's not much wisdom for them to pass down. So when you talk to your boomer parents, when I talked to my parents about what I should do in life, they said to do what they did, go to college, get a degree, get a job, which I did. But now it's like, I look back at that and I go, that was probably not the right advice. And I understand it's like, well, I can't blame them because that's what they did and it was successful. But you just kind of get a glimpse of like the lack of discernment, lack of wisdom of the real world and what's going on. And you go, no, it's tough. You can't blame them. I don't blame them. I don't harbor any ill will towards boomers. I don't harbor ill will towards any group. There's a place for this knowledge, but I definitely don't think most people need to know most of this. Yeah, that's what prudence is for. Prudence is another virtue that people do not have at all. I like Emaru. She and Tectone helped Asmongold clean up his house. It was really nice friend stream. There you go. See, she's taking notes from Jordan Peterson and from me because I'm saying it right now. She goes and helps him clean up his house. You got to clean up your house, buddy boy, before you start talking about ICE and Trump. St. Ignatius of Loyola has some great writings in the sermon. Yeah, Oh, I know. The church has mad writings on discernment. LOL, I give young people totally different advice. You tell people to, what, get out there on the front lines and be an activist? If I tell young people what to do, I think I should have done. What if that advice is already obsolete? See, that's the wisdom. It might be obsolete, but you need to have the wisdom to see, and in some sense, you need to know where you came from, and like what the world was where you came out of, and you need to have wisdom and understanding of where the world is going, and then you can direct people accordingly. Like, I know these people get online and they say, join the trades, go join the trades, guys. AI will never replace that. And then you see people, I saw a post where a guy was saying that's not the move, because it's too many people are joining the trades and there's not enough jobs, and it's honestly a waste of time. So people go to trade school now because they think that's the next move, and it's like, no, that's not it. And on top of it, I think AI can also replace a lot of those jobs. So they're going to see shrinkage as well in a lot of those opportunities. So you kind of have to think, I think, and I tell people, I've said, if you're somebody who's more art inclined, people think about, oh, I have to go and join like an advertising firm. And it's like, no, man, all that shit's going away. I think, no, all that shit. Remember that video we watched, the Corey's video? I think about that guy a lot, so much now, ever since I watched it. No, man, all that shit's going away. Let me see if I can pull that up. Where is that? Oh, I might have actually had that saved. All that shit's going away. He goes, what do you guys do? And they go, oh, we're in tech. And he goes, oh, tech, all that shit's going away.
You drink coffee, man?
Oh, that's not it. Oh, yeah, here it is.
What do you do?
We're tech.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's all going away. Currency, everything. We're gonna flip into a new society.
What do you do?
That's right.
I'm outside of
NWO.
space and time.
I want to be this guy.
Change your name
I'm
to
outside
Corey.
of space and
After
time.
that, you will be executed. If
All
you
that
don't
shit's
change your
going
name to
away.
Corey in
Such
3 months, you're gonna be
wisdom, such
executed.
We're
clairvoyance.
tech.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's all going away.
That's all going away. That's what I say. You got to figure out what's going away, what's going to be around. I don't think that a lot of these jobs, you're like I said, you're an artist, you want to go into advertising or something. No, that shit's going away. Graphic design. I want to be a graphic designer for a big ad agency. Oh, really? Good luck. I tell people in that scenario, I've told people, just foster your own art online, obviously. Start an Instagram, start a portfolio online that people can see, and just start reaching out to people. Start doing little odd jobs for people online. Make thumbnails for people. Make backgrounds, headers. Get your name out there that way. I think the internet is like, this is not going away anytime soon, right? This stuff is not going away anytime soon. So it's like, you got to think, how can you utilize the internet? How can I utilize the technology that's in front of us for my future? And there's a billion different ways you can do this. I don't know, stuff like that. Where it's like, you just gotta like think about it. And it's like, I don't know. People just want it to be this easy, like, oh, that's what I did. And that's how I did it. So you gotta do the same thing. And it's like, no, dude, technology is constantly forcing the ladder up on people. So if you did it, you got in at the bottom of the ladder and you got successful on it, you're at the top of the ladder, and that ladder below you is completely different now. That guy looks like Johnny from Arsenic and Old. So true, dude. How do you spell that? Arsenic? Arsenic and Old Lace. Oh, Boris Karloff, ass looking. Oh, man. And it's not a one size fits all. That's another thing people need to realize. It's not a one size fits all. Everything is increasingly becoming more hyper personalized, hyper individualized, and decentralized. I like the decentralized aspect of it a lot, but people need to realize that like that's not the methods that the boomers did, where they all did this kind of collective. They all collectively went into college, and college was there for them, and then it gave them a good job. Like this was like a path that was very universal. That's university, right? That's no longer a thing anymore. So now it is like a case by case basis, and people need to. That's a completely different playing field that people need to think about. I watch Emma all the time. She plays games and does cosplays. Looking to her for political views is crazy. Right? That's crazy, man. I would never, no offense, but I would never go to her and be like, let's see what her hot take is on immigration. Okay. I'm sure she's going to give you something really profound. But it's not even about that, right? It's not even about getting the hot take from her. Because honestly, we did get the hot take from her. It's about, is she on my team or is she on the other team? Because the activist people are going to be like, ooh, what's your thought on this? And she's screwed, because if she answers either way, the other side's going to hate her. And they're gonna hate her, and then it's instantly going to open the door to another conversation that she's probably not equipped to have. Somebody in her position is going to be like, well, wait, you don't know about this. What about this? What about this? They're going to try and change her mind, and it's going to be this like barrage, and then you're going to get probably like Hassan on it, and you're going to get Asmongold, and she's kind of in the middle and is like, I don't really care. That's not my place. No, it is. You will be an activist. You will be a political streamer. You can't just sit there and play games all day. Look, kid, here are all the things I did because people told me to, and it was totally a mistake. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fine. I think telling people, honestly, in some sense, telling people what not to do is sometimes safer for you than, in basically every scenario, than telling them, like positively to go do something. Here's what I wish I knew when you're always your age, but I didn't. Yes, that's good. I think that's okay to do. Arsenic and Old Lake is a great movie. Yeah, I haven't seen that movie in a long time. I'll have to watch it again. Anyways, let's move along. That was the Amaru thing. I just saw that on my timeline. It went pretty viral. So, all right, we're going to move along to Yuval Harari. This video is interesting. So I also just watched Ghost in the Shell. Has anybody heard of that? It's a 90s sci-fi movie. Apparently there's like 2 more of them. It was interesting. Just leave it at that. It was interesting. It plays into a lot of, it's the year 2035, right? And they have kind of, these people are kind of in these like tiered states of being a cyborg or an android or whatever. And certain people have alterations. One guy is like basically all human, and he's got an alteration in his brain. But he's still linked up because the alteration in his brain allows him to link up to the main hub, and his thoughts can be communicated to whoever. They're police officers. And then the other girl, this girl on the screen, is like 99% robot. But the only part of her that is not robotic is the ghost, right? They call the ghost, which is your soul. So they figured out a way to basically transplant souls into different pieces of machinery. But then they come across this entity that says he does not have a ghost. Ooh. And he's completely robotic, but he is sentient. And that kind of opens the door to the conversation of, do you need a soul to be conscious and sentient? And do you need, they kind of start getting into that whole thing. But it's very interesting. So this kind of plays in that too, is that this video I'm kind of interested in watching this because of that movie. Watching that movie, I thought, yeah, this is an interesting topic to think about. the functional equivalency of AI and whether or not that is something that we should take into consideration. If we get enough material parts and connect them enough, can they be functionally equivalent to a brain, and can we just treat it the same as a human brain? And could we ever get to a point to where we have enough material connected in such a way that it is a functional equivalent, or it's functionally equivalent to consciousness? And that's kind of what we're going to get into. So let's watch this.
Historian and tech guru Yuval Harari's speech at the World Economic Forum, Davos, recently, on AI, was a great example of inverted spirituality.
Do you know? As far as putting words in order is concerned, AI already thinks better than many of us.
Oh, it depends on what you mean by think.
Anything made of words will be taken over by AI. If laws are made of words, then AI will take over the legal system. If books are just combinations of words, then AI will take over books. If religion is built from words, then AI will take over religion.
Whoever said that religion is just words? Whoever said that thinking is just words? Being a human is just words. Words are markers of things in our reality that we experience. And we try to describe the experience, our human experience with these things, through colorful language and having a vast vocabulary and all these things. But that is not the word, the placement, the word, and attaching it to the thing in reality, a rock to rock, is not the thing in and of itself. And it's not experiencing, knowing the word of a rock is not experiencing a rock either.
This is particularly true of religions based on books, like Islam, Christianity, or Judaism. Judaism calls itself the religion of the book, and it grants ultimate authority not to humans, but to words in books. Humans have authority in Judaism not because of our experiences, but only because we learn words in books. Now, no human can read and remember all the words.
But aren't the words in the books attached to the real world experience? Isn't that the whole point? Is that it's a way to solidify experiences and ideas that are based on the experiences we have through time? That you can read this book and it can tell you, it gives you gleans of information, bits of information that are universal, important, and foundational. So he's just framing this so weird. Why is he's framing it as though the words themselves are what the religions are. It's just weird. That's just a weird way to go about it. Furthermore, interesting bait and switch here, kind of where it's like, if you think about I think about the Protestant, the Protestant sect of Christianity, it is very much book word based, and Judaism, same thing. And if he's trying to equate these things, if you go to more of a traditional Catholic, if you go to the Catholic Church, or more traditional Christianity, Orthodox Church, it's not just about the Bible. The Bible is a very important piece of text. It's sacred, right? But there's more to it than that. There's the actual institution of the church, and there's the community, right? There's the body. And those things are all independent of each other, but they work together to point us towards the ultimate truth. It's not just the words in the book. So, that kind of right there. But the Protestant denomination, there is very much an emphasis on reading the scripture. The scripture is it. So if he can make this argument land in a lot of ways, you can then have that justification for Protestants to say, okay, well, if that is the case, AI will be better than the book, then why shouldn't I give myself over? Why should my religion be subservient to the AI? Just an interesting thought. I don't know if that's what's happening, but then you see also what's going on with TPUSA Faith and how they want this, evangelical dispensationalist kind of sect of Protestantism really pushed out there. And you think, I wonder if that is what they're trying to do then. And they're going to try in people's minds, they will be, okay, maybe that is maybe that is the case. Maybe the words, the book, the word, right? It is subservient to this AI God. I don't know. Something to think about.
Words in all the Jewish books. But AI can easily do that. What happens to a religion of the book when the greatest expert on the holy book is an AI?
Harari argues that for religions based on books, he focuses on Judaism, AI will become the maximum authority because it can process and compare scripture better than any human. This makes a lot of sense if you understand religion as a detailed body of law that you benefit from through meticulous application in every particular. But
Right.
if religion precisely confers its benefits by being internalized, learned, understood, by
Yes.
affecting some change in you, then
Yes.
deferring to an AI for rulings on this or that issue misses the point. Even in terms of the purely rules-based bits of a religion, it would be like looking up the answers to a maths exam, but never learning algebra. The mind remains undisciplined. You're not conforming your mind, your understanding, to the truth that that law is trying to communicate to you. The locus of religious experience can only be the human heart. Human subjectivity, the inner life
Yes.
of persons.
The nous.
Harari's thinking is the end point of replacing religion with legalism, Phariseeism, where outward behavior matters more than the inner state. This leads to what René Guénon calls counter-initiation. We would effectively be servants to the black box of AI, the complex set of processes that it develops and changes without programmers knowing, without us being able to tell. That would be our new machinic Kaaba. The tech guru
It's
is
so interesting because in the Orthodox tradition, from my limited understanding, let me just preface that, the Eucharist, right? There's such an emphasis on the Eucharist, which again is not so emphasized in Protestantism as much that what they don't believe. And I know Catholics have like transubstantiation and whatnot, but they actually believe, right, that you taking the Eucharist is actually deified flesh, right? It is the energies of God that's being transmuted to you, and it's changing you. Right, it actually is changing you through his energies. You go and partake in this. You are partaking in the divine, actually. So it's interesting. Another interesting comparison there when you think about the Protestant denominations, where it's not that emphasized that this actually is the living body. This is the energies of God. It's more of the symbolic thing. Interesting.
smart, but he's spiritually retarded. Some years ago, Harari
Spiritually
wrote a
retarded.
book called Homo Deus, Man the God, God-Man, in which he outlined his notion of human evolution through advancement, through technology, away from our present state into a divine humanity, so to speak. But of course, within rigorously materialistic and technocratic terms. In fact, that
And this was also where we read bits of this in the past where he talked about dataism. Data is the new religion. Is that you can now, with the amount of information we have and the ability through AI, through technology, things like Palantir, right? We can now discern and get through all the information, wade through all those buckets of information, that now we can apply that to the world and we can actually use it to predict the future. With enough data, they think they can predict the future. I mean, that just sounds crazy to me. But these people are crazy. I mean, Yuval Harari is nuts, dude. Those damn sigils in our motherboards were actually sigils. Yeah. Who could have known? I think there's more to Protestant churches than that. Yeah, no, there are. Listen, there's a lot of Protestant denominations. I understand that. There's more traditional based ones. I think Lutherans are more traditional. I think Baptist, is a little more traditional, I believe. I'm not 100% well read on that. I come out of the evangelical, non-denominational Protestant sect. So I'm just talking about my experience. Is that it is very detached, a lot of it's symbolic, a lot of it's very individualistic, very personalized. And that's basically what I'm going off of here. So you're right. I shouldn't be having this blanket kind of statement about Protestantism, but yeah. This guy seems to still be trying to say that is not grounded in God. Yeah. That is just something in and of itself, just on its own somehow. Yuval Harari is like the head guru of the WEF. The elites love him, but the truth is the church existed before the Bible. Correct. Yes, yes. And the Bible was meant to be liturgical, right? They were sang and spoken in a liturgical way before the Bible existed. And that's what the church was, right? It was the congregation of the body of Christ, right? Very true. Yes, Yuval Harari is absolutely part of the WEF. He is very influential.
That he can imagine religion as an AI-led institution finds its rationale in this book, where he writes the following, quote, "Some scientists concede that consciousness is real and may actually have great moral and political value, but that it fulfills no biological function whatsoever. Consciousness is the biologically useless byproduct of certain brain processes. Jet engines roar loudly, but the noise doesn't propel the airplane forward. Similarly, consciousness may be a kind of mental pollution produced by the firing of complex neural networks. It doesn't do anything, it's just there. If this is true, it implies that all the pain and pleasure experienced by billions of creatures for millions of years is just mental pollution. It's quite amazing to realize that as of 2016, this is the best theory of consciousness that contemporary science has to offer."
This is foolish.
He's ambiguous.
This
but
is very
he does
foolish.
think it's
and
probably...
furthermore, it's not even just foolish, but to me, it seems like, it's not necessarily proven by what he's saying. It seems as though there's a deeper underlying reason for why he's saying this, right? It seems like there's something behind the scenes that's happening that's kind of steering him to say this type of shit. Because this just seems foolish to make this definitive kind of claim about consciousness when nobody really knows what it is or how it works. At least science doesn't.
The best way to understand consciousness. This is what's called emergentism. Consciousness is just an epiphenomenon of non-conscious matter and energy. Matter, energy is conceived of as not having consciousness, not having an interior dimension, awareness. But if you arrange them just right, if you configure them in a human brain, an organism, consciousness happens. It violates the rational principle of ex nihilo nihil fit. Out of nothing, nothing comes. And if you've conceived of the universe as composed of stuff that has no consciousness, you can't explain consciousness. The spark of consciousness would itself be made of non-conscious stuff. It wouldn't be something other than matter and energy. You can describe material phenomena.
Yeah, how can you make that leap? How can you make that leap to say consciousness has no meaning or it doesn't really do anything? But if they're saying it's an emergent property, then if you arrange the molecules, the atoms enough, then consciousness will just arise. How can you make that this thing that we call consciousness, right? Whether he says it has any value or whatever, like, why would that be the case? How do you're making, that's a leap of faith, really.
A vortex or a wave in terms of externally observable parameters, duration in time, the vector of their movement, the chemical composition of their substance. When it comes to consciousness, there's an explicatory breach between matter as we observe it externally, an object with particular height, particular depth, width, and inner experience. You cannot get from describing the wavelength of light to describing the experience of a color, red.
Of red, yes.
You'd at least have to be a panpsychist that believes consciousness is a property of matter always already present in every bit of matter, every particle. Then you have the composition problem. Why, when you arrange it just right, does it occupy the perspective, the vantage of a large structure composed of many little bits? Like the human person, we observe the world from the vantage of our brain, our eyes. Why should consciousness do that?
I think this is, he's referencing the problem of the one and the many, is how can you logically understand particulars as being part of a universal? So like every dog is different. How can we logically make the leap to say that there is a universal category as dog, right? Furthermore, he's saying also how are we made up of particular bits, fingers and toes and a liver and lungs, but we also make this whole. We make this unity of a person. How can you do that just on based rank materialism? It doesn't follow. That's why am I a new thing now, right? Why am I a person? Why am I not 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, it doesn't actually follow that that's the case. And similarly, what he's saying with consciousness is how can you get to that as well? Consciousness arising from that. Like none of this stuff is actually explained or demonstrated from the materialist worldview. But he wants to say it's just, oh, I don't know. I don't know. Don't. That's what it seems like. It's like foolish. It's like you're either retarded and you're just saying don't worry about it. But it's like, no, this is like the thing that people have been arguing about for millennia. Or he actually has more nefarious ends that he wants us to buy into. Why did that comment get censored? I don't know. I don't do anything. I don't touch anything. If it got censored, that's YouTube. That is not me. There was also a Deleuze. Pigeon posted something about Deleuze that got deleted as well. I saw that happen too. Oh, you're racist. Okay, never mind. I saw it for a second. I'm not that familiar with Deleuze. I've heard of him, but I don't know that much about him. So I didn't comment on it. I think some blanket statements are fair, but obviously when a unified authority is rejected, doctrine and scriptural interpretation become multitudinous. So yes, not all exactly the same at all. Yeah. Oh no, ontology debates. Yeah, well, that's kind of what they're talking about here, right? Although I don't know of any Protestant denominations who believe in the literal interpretation of John 6. I saw a couple of comments on the live stream that you saw, J Money, but did not come up in chat. Not sure what's going on. I know you didn't censor though. Do you know that Yuval Harari is a gay Jew? I do know he's a gay Jew, as many of them are. Jay Dyer talks about to know if somebody's compromised and to know if they are being controlled. Gay and lack of family, lack of external markers that lets you know that they're not gay is a big one. Because you could be much more easily controlled. I want to say yes just by listening to him. I mean, I said he was a phenomenologist. I don't know what that means. Anyways.
That why should it pool together and occupy these wider perspectives unless it already has a unified character and is simply being allowed to inhabit a certain structure. So ultimately, the hard problem of consciousness and the composition problem lead us to the classical metaphysical position that consciousness is in and of itself unitary, God is one, and then every being borrows its being from that unitary being. Now that's a point I could develop far more, but just briefly here, it is interesting that at the very top you've got these guys that are promoting the idea of one, our consciousness not being particularly interesting, ultimately, matter being primary. And then two, because of that, promoting the idea that we ought to concede our human responsibility, our human deliberation, cede it to an AI, a machine, right? Allow a machine to rule over that most intimate of human spheres, which is the religious, the spiritual. We see here in almost cartoonish form
the essence
how
of things.
The inversion of religion, how counter tradition comes about, and what's in store for us if we don't resist it very carefully. Every political struggle and every struggle for human flourishing, for how to integrate technology in a way that's compatible with humans, is also a philosophical struggle. We're facing meta-political and philosophical questions as questions that require political and social engagement. And if you want a vision for what a healthy approach to AI would be, I've made a video about that before, and I have some essays on Substack about it that I'll link to. I might make more videos about this issue in the future. Okay, just a quick reaction to Harari. Thank you very much for watching. Please do subscribe. Please like the video. Bell.
Yeah, give him a like, give him a subscribe. His name is Europos. I'm gonna subscribe to him too, because I watched another one of his videos. So I'll give him the full treatment. But that comment he made at the end there about all these people, these elites only believing in the material, they're trying so hard to belittle the soul, the spirit, the essence of things. And the reason why I think they want to do that is because if you reject the essence of things, that there is a meaning imbued within the things we encounter in the world, and it all is just matter, and it doesn't, there's nothing underlying, there's no foundational spirit that fixes them to what they are, then you can change those things at will. And there's really no reason not to. Because you cannot get an ought from an is, right? If you're just looking at things scientifically and what is the case, you can't say, there is no way for you to say it ought to be another way. That's where you get philosophy. That's where you get religion. That's where you get these other things that come into play to say, ought we do X, Y, Z rather than A, B, C. But science itself does not tell us that, but they want, these freaking data nerds just want to look at the data and they want it to tell them exactly how to be. At least that's what they say. Well, it's going to tell us the future. It's going to tell us how to act, how to operate. That's not actually the case. It's not going to tell you that. You're going to instantiate your view of the world onto matter. And you want people to not believe in the essence of things and that there is meaning in the world. There is telos in the world. You want people to buy into that crap. So then you can get away with being a kid diddler, because why not? It's just atoms floating around. Why not? Call up Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, he's got twins. Great. That's awesome. Base channel. I've seen a lot of his vids. Yeah. I've only seen, I think we watched one other video of his a couple weeks ago on Nick Land, I believe is what it was. Hidden America. Hidden America is another one over here. This guy's weird. It's weird. He's weird. He's really esoteric. Sometimes I watch his stuff. Sometimes I think, oh, I want to watch his stuff on stream, but then I think, I don't know, man. That might be too. That might be too much. That might be too much to watch. When I try and think about that anti-philosophy, it just seems nauseating, right? And you know, if you're somebody who buys into that, you have to interact with the world as if it has meaning to it. People do. Well, how ought I behave? How ought I interact with X, Y, anything, right? My car, my family, my house, you always are living life with oughts in the background. You ought to do whatever. Ought I get up and take a shower today and do my chores? Like, you're always doing that. But if you can remove that from people, any understanding that those things even exist, that there is any, you can act anyway, a certain subsect of the population is going to be insane. And they're going to say, of course I can go and shoot up a school. Why not? There's no other reason not to, other than power dynamics, other than you impressing upon me jail time. But if I can go in there and get away with it right now, who cares? You can't stop me. Why shouldn't I? And then furthermore, the majority of people are not going to do that, but those other people are going to have no ability to understand how to live their lives. So what are they going to have to do? They're going to have to go to the expert class to tell them how to live their lives. You have the data. You are the gurus. You're the gods of data. You have the AI. You know how it works. I don't know how it works. I'm a slack-jawed idiot. So tell me what I should be doing. Silicon sages, tell me, Sam Altman, how I should be living. They would love that. That would be ripe for propaganda, ripe for controlling. Jesus saves, real. Although personally, I am in the materialist camp, meaning derives from psychological/biological stimulus. If you're in the materialist camp, what justification do you have for these people not imposing their will upon you, other than you don't have the power to do it to them? Like, I'm saying, like, people, because I've had family members who are like this, who have a lot of qualms with AI and stuff like that, and it's like, and the elites and stuff, and it's like, well, how ought the elite be acting? Because if you don't have a fixed justification of morality, that it exists independently of us, and goodness, truth, these things exist independently of us, and that there is a God who has imbued the world with these things, then there's no justification for us to say that the elite ought be acting in accordance with those things if those things don't exist. They are living within their truths. And you would do the same thing if you had the ability to, but you don't. So that's what I think about that. And I'm like, how do you even have a leg to stand on, you know? Not you, I'm not calling you out, Pigeon Post, but I've had this conversation with family members, and I'm like, why not? Why not replace us? Why not replace humans? AI is a functional equivalent of human workers. Why not? I don't know. I just think about that. Pigeon Post, how can you explain the human spirit from a materialistic standpoint? Let's not attack Pigeon Post. Look, Pigeon Post has been a long time viewer, friend of the show, but I didn't know that. I didn't know you were a materialist. I thought you were at least religious of some sort. I don't know exactly what, but let's not attack. Let's not get into a debate with Pigeon Post in the chat. Let's leave him alone. But yeah, this was a good video. Give him a subscribe. Give him a like. Yeah, I like Pigeon Post too. Pigeon Post has been a long time viewer. Nothing but respect. Respect for you too, Pigeon Post. Just stuff to think about, you know. I don't know, stuff I think about too. I don't know, you know. Hey, we're all in this. We're all trying to figure this out. So we got Jonathan Pajot. I don't know if anybody knows who Jonathan Pajot is. He is an iconographer, Orthodox Christian. I love Jonathan Pajot. I'm not subscribed to him on this account, but I will. He's great. He kind of came out of the Jordan Peterson milieu. I don't think he was part of that. What did they call that? The dark thinkers, whatever they called, some nerdy name. I keep wanting to say dark enlightenment. That's not what it is. Anyways, he kind of came out of that. He was kind of friends with him. He got big kind of interacting with Jordan Peterson and the Weinsteins and whatnot. So he's an intelligent guy, but I don't think he actually went down the same path because he's religious, right? He's an Orthodox Christian, and Jordan Peterson is whatever. I don't even know what he is. He would never actually say, which in some sense, I find it would be even better if Jordan Peterson would just say, yes, I am religious, but I don't want to talk about that with people. I want to keep it private. Okay, fine. We'll just leave it at that. But Weinsteins, I don't know what the heck they are. They're Jewish, whatever. I don't even know. But Sam Harris, I think is he part of that group too? That milieu? I wonder how Jordan's doing. Yeah, I know. I think about him. People hate Jordan Peterson. They really hate him. I look, he's got a spot in my heart, you know, soft spot in my heart. I think he was touching on a lot of important things that our culture our culture knew, but didn't know how to articulate. So much of what he said was just fleshed out in such a way that people didn't know that they were like, that's it. That's what it was. That's the problem. The meaning crisis, right? So much. Do people talk about the meaning crisis anymore? No, nobody talks about the meaning crisis anymore. Nobody talks about the deep state either. Nobody talks about the wall. Okay, all right, we're back to pre-2015 era. We just now have racism and anti-Semitism, and you're like, okay, all right. I guess that's a good trade-off. I don't really know. They are Jewish, but not gay. Yes. Yeah, I like the Weinsteins have said some good shit too. I don't totally think that they're, you know, shills or whatever. Wasn't that the Hollywood scandal guy? No, that's the other Weinstein. What's his name? There's Brett and Eric Weinstein. They're like scientists or something. But then there's Harvey Weinstein is the I was gonna say pedophile, but that's not what he is. He's a Me Too guy. Anyways, let's check this out. Let's see what he has to say. I watched like a minute of this and I thought, okay, this might be good to check out.
All right, so Blyberry says, hi, Jonathan. Yuval Noah Harari recently said the following, a Davos paraphrase. He says that anything involving language, anything involving words will be taken over and conquered by AI, including religion. What do you make of this? Thanks for your thoughts. I don't know. I think Harari is just He's just a fool. He's just a.
Yes, he's a fool.
He has a severe. I mean, is he autistic? I don't know. He has a severe misunderstanding of what humans are, what humans want, what humans care about. He doesn't understand. He thinks we're robots. The reason why he thinks that is because he thinks we're artificial intelligence is basically
Biological computers.
he basically thinks we're computers or something. He has no deep sense of any of this. He doesn't obviously understand anything about religion. He doesn't understand what it's for. He doesn't understand what it does. So the idea that AI can conquer religion, he's also just saying things to be provocative and to keep attention on him. This is just drivel. There's nothing interesting about that.
Just drivel.
What does it even mean that it would be conquered by AI? I don't even know what that means. Conquered why? What? What does it mean conquer? Mean master? Is that what he means? Or decoding? Does he mean that it's going to rule over? Is that what he means? That AI is going to rule over religion? Religion is not a set of propositions, folks. And so how could AI rule over religion? How could AI rule over a communion of people that come together and live a common reality together, facing that which is higher than them or infinite or however you want to say it? How is AI going to master that? How is AI going to conquer that? I don't even know like I said, I don't even know what any of this, it's just nonsense. Sorry, not a big fan of that guy.
Neither am I.
I would say that the biggest problem with Harari is that his influence. The biggest problem with Harari is that he's extremely influential, and then he says things like humans will become useless, and we need to keep them busy with, what did he say? Video games and porn, because of technology. It's like,
wow.
That's the danger of Harari, is that
That's
he
slavery.
says his insane, anti-human things, and that he has influence. But his crazy anti-human things are ridiculous. And he has a kind of lack of awareness of himself that is just mind-boggling. I remember seeing him say, he said, there is nothing, there is only nature, right? And therefore all human behavior is natural. There's no unnatural human behavior. And he was saying that obviously to kind of defend LGBT stuff, because he was saying there's no natural behavior. There's only nature, and therefore there's no unnatural behavior. And so, the implication is that, well, we shouldn't try to prevent LGBT stuff. But then there's such a blindness to himself, because, okay, well, if LGBT stuff is natural, its taboo is also natural. And the prescriptions of certain sexual behaviors is also natural. And all the laws that we have are also natural, because there is no not natural. All the religions we have are also natural.
The criterion
all
problem,
of these things are natural, therefore. And so the idea that you would use that argument to try to defeat religion or defeat moral codes is stupid.
I think he's getting at the criterion problem here, which I think is like, if you don't believe there is absolute truth out there, how can you gauge what you are seeing as being true or being knowledge? Because you have nothing to gauge it against. How can you there's no litmus to you can't actually say anything about it. You can't say that that's natural. You can't say that that's the way things are. You can't say that that's against. How are you going to gauge that? What are you going to put as what's unnatural? Like he's saying, what's a taboo? What's not? There's nothing there.
It's just a kind of blindness that is incapable
Absolute
of
blindness,
fully
yes.
kind of. Anyways, all right, enough ranting against Yuval Noah Harari. It's like, man, you got me on. When you catch me on rant mode, it's not good.
Oh, yes. There's something. He's right. I bet you Yuval Harari has a high IQ. I bet you Yuval Harari has a really high IQ. He's probably like 150 IQ. Whoa, whoa, dude, that guy's got a crazy, he's so smart. He should be like leading us, right? Right. But I think that there's and this is not, I don't know how to prove this. I don't understand. I'm not saying that I can sit there and tell you that I have a study on this or something, but there is, I feel as though there's something as spiritual IQ. There is a certain understanding of spiritual IQ, right? Kind of, it's like you can have an IQ about the world, a kind of raw output, input data about the things that you encounter and deciphering it. But there's some people who that's like it, right? They are robotic. They are people who just see the world for what it is, and they're able to decipher it really quickly, and they're able to build and work through the corporate world, the corporate structure, whatever, at an efficient rate. But then they become these people, influential, WEF, whatever, running the world, speaking, talking about how humans are, consciousness doesn't exist and all these things don't matter. And it's like, no, there's actually something lacking in you. There's a spiritual intelligence that you completely lack. There's like an undergirding of things and the essence of things and understanding their ordering and where they belong in the world that you are unable to decipher. And you just stop short at that. And maybe you're just unable to. I don't even know. There's a sense where it's like, I think that's where kind of like the visionary comes from, right? And I think a lot of times the visionary has high IQ as well, like just a raw IQ. But like you get the visionary, the person who's whack, who's crazy, you don't even know what, like, you don't even understand, society doesn't even understand what they're saying, but they're able to see kind of the spirit that's undergirding things in such a way that other people are not, and they're ahead of the times, right? They're ahead of everybody, that they seem crazy, but they have such a, like, this kind of intelligence about things and the way things are going that they are ahead of the curve, and that they then become kind of, in some sense, people see them as like, clairvoyant or like soothsayers or something, because they're like, how did you predict that? Whoa. They are, visionaries. I think that's where you get that class. And funnily enough, I was reading Uncle Ted the other day, and he said something in there about how the system is going to foster within the people what it wants. It's going to impress upon the populace what they want out of it. And my mind instantly thought of STEM. You guys, STEM, science, engineering, mathematics, right? All that. That is such an emphasis today in the humanities, the area of college, of university, where you would probably find people who are spiritually intelligent, philosophically religious, right? These religious endeavors, these types of things are completely decimated. The humanities are completely decimated. And even in the name humanities, right? The spirit is a human thing, right? This spirituality is a human endeavor. This sickness of the sickness that has ran through the humanities, I think largely it is the woke mind virus in a lot of ways. It's cultural Marxism. It's the complete destroying of metaphysics in philosophy, in the humanities. And I think in a lot of ways also the market plays into this, because we don't care. We don't pay people to be philosophers or whatever, artists or any of that shit. There's been a complete decimation of the humanities and a raising up of STEM in the world, because that's what we want to see out of the population. That's the incentive that we want. We give the incentive to the people because we want to see them be STEM so they can build this AI monstrosity we're creating. We don't want them to be visionaries. We don't want them to have different ideas about how things are going. We don't want to foster that in people. Give up on that. Give up on that idea. There's no money in that. We want you to be a worker drone. We want you to have a high intelligence, but only for your little box that you're working on, your little thing, tinkering with your engineering and mathematics and whatnot, which is good. We need that. I'm not saying we don't. I'm not trying to poo-poo it, but there's been such a emphasis on that stuff because I don't think that they want people to be visionaries. I don't think they want people to think of things in a different way. And that's, I think, largely why things are so stagnant nowadays. Society is so stagnant. Peter Thiel, hello. Peter Thiel, hello. Things are stagnant because we don't foster visionaries and free thinkers among people. We won't even reward them for that shit. We reward you for being able to be a worker drone, really, and just get the shit done and fall in line and just follow the rules. spiritual IQ, that kind of stuff. We want the kind of mechanical, like he said, autistic kind of IQ. That's what we want to foster in people, because you're going to be able to build and do mathematics the best. But now we're getting to the point where, nope, actually those jobs are going away too because of AI. So thank you. Thanks for helping out the last 60 plus years, STEM. We appreciate it. Now they're going to be thrown to the wayside. There was another thing I was thinking too is, you know, what he is describing, as much shit as I give Nick Fuentes and as much shit as the world gives Nick Fuentes and people like him, Yuval Harari, what he's saying is way more detrimental to people than anything Nick has said. I mean, what is he saying? He's saying we're just random bits of matter. This doesn't matter. That was funny. We don't have souls. Consciousness is whatever. It's an emergent property from matter. I mean, that's the breeding grounds for something like Soviet Russia. But this guy, because he's wearing a suit and tie and he's got backing of the WF, he's fine. We're fine with him getting up there and telling us all this crap and writing this dog shit book. That's fine. But somebody like Nick Fuentes is like, nope, you're dead. Screw you. And I have my problems with Nick, but it's just funny. It's just a funny, hypocritical kind of standard they have there. Because at least Nick believes in, even if it is nominally, at least he talks about the soul and Christianity and religion. And people, at least to a degree, that as if they have souls and they're not just parts of nature. Yeah, let's say a prayer for Jordan Peterson. What's wrong with autistic? That's racist. Okay. Well, they could be autistic. That's fine. They're going to be lacking in the spiritual realm, clearly. Pajo and I are from the same town, although never met him. Known of him since he started his channel. Interesting. Oh, same neighborhood, even closer. Wow. Recognizing natural patterns, knowing the difference between man-made creation and nature. I mean, scriptures are human written, not infallible creatures. I love religiosity. It's culturally important. They say, so the church says scriptures are divinely inspired, right? They're marked down by man, but they're inspired by God. So they are, what do they say that is? It's, there's theonomous and, is it, there's like another word. Like theonomous is made by God. Theonomous. A system, culture, or moral order governed by divine law, God's authority, originating from the Greek word theos and nomos, law. Like the church is the theonomous institution, the Bible. I guess that would be right. It would be a theonomous piece of literature. The family would be theonomous, right? I don't know. Anyways, okay, we're going to move along. We're going to get into the Epstein shit. And yes, we're starting with Mr. Beast. I'm going to quickly run to the restroom. We've been going a good hour and a half. So I'm going to take a second. We will be right back. So don't nobody go nowhere. We're going to get into the Epstein stuff, and then we're going to get into the juicy right-wing grift sphere drama. You want to be here? You don't want to miss it. Don't touch that dial. back. Jacob's McDonald's DoorDash must have arrived. No, not tonight. No. No DoorDash tonight. Turn this down. This shit is so banger, dude. This is exactly what I'm looking for. I need that 1998 Dreamcast jungle techno drip. That's what I need. I think it fits the stream pretty good. What do you guys think? It's kind of chill, but it's kind of hip. It's kind of hopping, kind of hip hopping a little bit. You know, it's kind of upbeat. Also, what do you guys think of the thumbnail? Do you guys like the thumbnail? Or this one? I thought, listen. Cinema. I worked hard on this. I think it looks pretty sick. I look like Thor. Yes. We've been rocking with the ice lately because it was super cold out. We're done with that. Now we're on to the lightning round. And we've had fire. We've had fire in our videos. The flames. Maybe I'll do flaming eyes or something at some point. I don't know. I like the ice. Yeah, the ice was cool too. See, and I used AI for this. Look, this is. I'm not a total Luddite hater of AI. Caught me red-handed. Hot take. This is something that AI I think is perfect for. I just threw it into Grok and I was like, "Hey, can you give me ice on my wrist? Can you give me 20 on my wrist real quick?" No. I said, "Can you give me ice, Blizzard, And it did it perfectly. So that's good. I like it when it pairs well. When it pairs, it did the lightning eyes on here too. It pairs with human creation. I did everything else here though. They did the lightning eyes. I like that. I like it when it aids, right? Just like CGI. CGI was the same thing. When you look at CGI in something like Lord of the Rings, right? That's great. That's a great balance, right? Everything in balance, everything in moderation. That's a great tool that you're integrating, right? You're integrating with the human element of cinema. But then you get, and of course people take it and they just do green screen everything. Then you get Michael Bay, or The Hobbit, which is like green screen everything. We're not even going to be in there. There was that famous picture, meme or whatever. I don't even know if it's true, but for the sake of this, I'm going to say it's true. Gandalf or whoever, Ian McKellen crying on set of Hobbit. Yes. You guys ever see this?
Filming the bag end scenes in The Hobbit was something of a struggle
Look at
for
this
Ian
shit.
McKellen in particular, because the new system they used in The Hobbit forced them to have two different sets. This meant that Ian never actually acted against the other actors, other than in rehearsals. He had to listen to audio cues for his lines, look at these little signs to pretend that the characters were there, and for someone who's used to traditional acting, this was a huge struggle for him the first couple of days, even to the point where in the beginning he almost didn't want to do the movie at all.
The
You
task I
shouldn't
have
have.
in mind will require a great deal.
I got absolutely miserable and had a little cry to myself.
It was so distressing and off-putting and difficult that I thought, I don't want to make this film if this is what I'm going to have to do. It's not what I do for a living. I act with other people. I don't act on my own.
We felt
Exactly.
sorry for him being just dumped in green screen land, and we wanted to make him feel a little bit better. We wanted to make him feel loved.
Filming the bag end
Oh, we just wanted to make him feel. So we got him some cupcakes. We got him a little ditty, a little bit of cupcakes, and he felt much better. Much better. But this is what I'm saying is that when you use technology like this, this is fucking dog shit, bro. Get out of here with this crap. If you want to use a little CGI in people's faces, you want to use CGI for a background, okay. I think that's fine. I think they did that in Lord of the Rings. Totally fine. I think everybody loved it. Practical effects are gone completely. Let's just do green screen everything because it's cheaper, probably. It's probably easier. It's just like, what the fuck, man? Totally inhuman. That's the thing with AI and technology is once it becomes inhuman, that's the problem I have with these people. That's the problem I have with Yuval Harari is that they're inhuman. If there were people who thought, oh, yes, they came up there and said, we want to glorify the soul of humanity. We care about humans. You're not just a piece of material, a piece of nature. I would be like, oh, okay, this is actually, maybe this is good because, you know, it's all about what we're doing with it. If we're using it to take and replace everybody's jobs, if we're using it to take the artist's soul away, then I don't want it. I do not want it. If it's going to be assisting us and making life easier for us, and okay, maybe there's room for that. But you have to couple this with the understanding of humanity and humans and the soul and what we're actually doing with it. But they don't have that in mind at all. They don't have that in mind at all. They think you're just a computer, useless eater, and they cannot wait for you to just die off. Like, really? That's what these people, it seems like, man. It seems like these people just want you to go away. Incredible. And some of them are outwardly demonic, right? Sometimes some of them are like completely devoid of, okay, the soul doesn't exist, spirituality, right? Metaphysics doesn't exist. But some of them, like Nick Land, are like, yeah, I'm possessed by demons. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm ranting. I'm raving. Lord of the Rings will go down as the best shit ever. It's some of the best movies of all time. The Hobbit, not so much. I stopped watching after the first one because it was just too much CGI and I could not get into it. And you could tell that it was CGI. I don't know. People have also compared CGI. That CGI has gotten worse over the years. I was watching somebody, they were showing clips from Pirates of the Caribbean, like the third one, I think it was, or what it was. And they were like, this looks insane compared to what we have now. What we have now is just crap. And it's like, dude, that was like 15 years ago. Why are things getting worse? I wonder if some of it's everybody's just all hands on deck with AI, that they're neglecting other shit and they're just trying to like, let's just manage. I don't know. Pigeon Post says, I stirred the pot a little too much. I'll postpone this topic to another time. I'll let Jake take the wheel on the topic. Yes, please. Yes, we can move along. Yes. CGI looks way worse than in Lord of the Rings these days, which is crazy. Yes, considering it was 2001. Yes, it was like freaking 25 years ago. Literally 25 years ago. Oh my gosh, I'm old. As a former film grad, I loved working with actual film, hated the innovations. Oh, we got a film guy here. Let's make the Pigeon Post. Let's make something happen. Let's make some films. I got a cousin who wants to do films. I do too. I'd love to do something. I think I could be a good actor too. It's like they want the art without the artist. Yes, without the spirit behind what they're creating. Without the creation, without the creator. Yes. Very appropriate for what we're talking about. The Hebrew guy. Yuval Harari. He's got a name, okay? He's got a name. Everyone started working on AI, yeah. Yeah, it saves a lot of time and effort. More budget friendly, but the tech itself is more expensive. Yes, that when I said that, I thought about that too. I thought, actually, I think it is more expensive, but it might be easier to figure out, like in your ledgers and your books and how much money you're devoting to it and what the output is. I think I'd be a good casting director, yeah. But yes, this good. I think this was a good use of AI. Just touching things, adding little things that maybe you can't, as a tool. I couldn't find any way to do this myself. I tried, but I thought this looked good. I did everything else myself, so I thought this looked good. Anyways, enough personal glazing. I don't know if you guys saw this. So Mr. Beast, we talked about this a few weeks ago. Mr. Beast is paired with the Rockefeller Foundation, which is sussy baka, which is a little sussy. But he's now calling conspiracy theorists nut jobs and said his work with the Rockefeller Foundation is meant to help people. Yes, I know. We know, Mr. Beast. We know. They say the same thing. They're doing philanthropy. They're trying to help people. I get it. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. And have denied that they have any control over him. I mean, you got to admit that you're coming out and admitting that, you know? I don't know, dude. We're about to see a clip in a minute, too. Epstein had a part in the Rockefeller Foundation. And the Rockefeller Foundation and the Rockefellers spawned Henry Kissinger, which spawned Brzezinski, the big new Brzezinski, and Klaus Schwab. And they created the Trilateral Commission and the WEF, right? These large international steering committees that the Rockefellers created these things that are manufacturing and creating and controlling the world. We were just looking at clips from the WEF that, funnily enough, is now run by the largest asset manager of all time. So to me, it seems it's very unlikely that somebody, Mr. Beast, a streamer, is saying they don't have any control over me. None at all. Okay. All right, man. This is like literally what they do, man. As we've seen with Jeffrey Epstein being associated with the Rockefellers and working with them. Yeah, he had control and influence over everybody, man. Everybody came to him. He was the guy. He had his octopus hands in everything. Okay. And then you saw right after he did this thing with the Rockefeller Foundation, he went on this he made this video about eating the bugs right now. It was about grown meat, chicken, grown from a lab chicken, which Bill Gates talks about frequently, is doing that. He's had videos where he sat there. I remember one video I saw where he's eating a piece of lab grown beef and he takes the smallest bite like this and he's like, "Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good." And he probably spit it out off camera, but Bill Gates obviously is connected to the Rockefellers as well. He's done a lot of philanthropy with them, and people compare Bill Gates to a modern day Rockefeller. So I don't buy this crap for a minute. The fact that if he is actually coming out and saying this leads me to believe that maybe there actually is a lot more control than there isn't. You know, there's a lot more there than there isn't. He's already telling us to eat the lab-grown meat, dude. So it's basically the same exact thing. Literally. Rockefeller Foundation partner Mr. Beast is now promoting lab-grown meat after visiting Upside Foods facility. He sampled both conventional chicken and the lab-grown version, saying he couldn't tell any difference. Go watch the video. He's like, "Oh man, I thought this was," he goes, "This is lab-grown," and it's the real one. And he's like, "No way, man. I thought that was lab-grown. Oh my gosh." You conspiracy theory nut jobs are so funny how you frame things. We do some philanthropic stuff with the Rockefeller Foundation to help people in need, but to imply they have any control over me is dumb. Also, eat real meat. I don't care. I sell beef sticks. LOL. Okay. All right. Mr. Beef Sticker. Mr. Beef Sticks over here. Mr. Beast Stick. The man with the fakest wooden smile in the world says he is the realest goy. Yes. Yeah, dude. This guy, he just always strikes me as very strange. I wonder if he's lab grown. I wonder if Mr. Beast is lab grown. Lab grown chicken, lab grown beef, whatever. But Mr. Beast is like, is he an IVF baby? Maybe at the bare minimum. Like what? He's weird, man. And he looks like his eyes are, he's always got the Sampaku eyes like Billie Eilish. What is this? What is this shit? Why do they look like this? Like they're half closed, like it's like it's giving medicated, okay? It's giving brain mind controlled, trauma-based mind controlled, okay? It's giving trauma-based mind control, okay? I don't like that. Thanks, Reagan. Hey. That was for the boomers out there. You know, we always have to compare everything to Reagan, right? Trump is the new Reagan. Trump is the new Reagan. People are going to be talking about Trump forever. My whole lives. People are going to be going out there and saying, you know how they do that with Reagan now? Every like Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley or whoever the fuck goes out there. They always go, just like Reagan used to say is whatever the hell is stupid shit he used to say. They're going to do the same thing with Trump. In 20 years, we're going to have a Republican go out there and be like, just like my predecessor, Trump used to say, wall, China, right? I don't even know. They'll say some dumb shit. And that'll be like, oh, he's with him. He's with Trump. I remember Trump. Life under Trump was so great. Remember, guys? We were making America great again. We totally weren't building the digital AI New World Order or anything like that. Oh. I gotta not say that because I think that YouTube flags my shit when I do. Anyways, so now we got this clip that Jeffrey Epstein there's actually this 2-hour interview that he has on YouTube with Steve Bannon, if you guys want to check that out. I thought about watching that during the week, like on Monday or Tuesday, but I didn't get around to it. Okay, it's very tough for me with my schedule to do shit during the week, and I would like some patience on this, okay? I would like some patience from you people. The week stream will come. I'll do it at some point during the week. It will come. But I need you people to be patient. But there is this clip here from that interview where he talks about being recruited into the Trilateral Commission by David Rockefeller. David Rockefeller, and he also admitted on another email about being basically he is the Rothschilds. He is the arm of the Rothschilds. I think Anna de Rothschild or something like that. That's what I can't remember. I skimmed over and I was like, oh, interesting. There was another post where he talked about that too. So the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, you know, they are extremely influential in all of this, if you don't know. So, you know, I don't know if you've been under a rock or whoever, but he clearly is in bed with both of these families. So let's take a look at this.
To repeat what my question was.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Santa Fe Institute. Why, when you're at the top of your game on Wall Street, do you decide to finance, which was at the time, or endow, or become the donor or sponsor, however you want to say it, for what was considered the most cutting-edge group of mathematicians in the world? Action.
So Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s, I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller. So that starts, Rockefeller, it's university formed by John D. Rockefeller to sort of give back to the community. It's east side of Manhattan, except it was old. It was sort of old-fashioned. They were talking about medicine, and medicine by itself was, again, subject to the ideas of science. They were trying to use science to find cures for disease. And I said, no, we need to do something different. We need to start interdisciplinary work.
How did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
I don't remember. I think 89 or 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how did a guy like you get on the board of a blue blood, internationally known, hard research, Nobel Prize winners all over the place? How do they pick a guy like you, a trader from, or basically some guy from Bear Stearns?
Good question. So I was asked to be on the board of Rockefeller, and I think it was, I was on the board of Rockefeller, there was a money manager who said, Rockefeller needs someone with financial expertise because the university is growing. And there's lots of new things. You have to, again, we go back to the original discussion the last time. Up until the mid-'80s, or sort of mid-'70s, the most important thing was your name. If you were Rockefeller, you already were considered to be brilliant. If you were head of General Motors,
there was a whole sect
it was
of
your
political,
reputation, it was
the
who you
political
knew,
party, Rockefeller
who
Republicans.
your family was, what was your character. And then in the mid-'70s, basically, if you remember, you probably had a calculator. It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street.
People say that they think that Jeffrey Epstein's really dumb. And maybe I'm a bad judge of character, but I don't actually think he's that dumb. Like, he doesn't strike me as a dumb guy. He strikes me as a little like he wrings his hands out maybe a little bit. You know, that's what at least from this interview, where it's like, well, you know, back in those days, you know, he's kind of like nervous, kind of like jittery, but I could totally see him just slitting your throat with no thought in the back of his head. That's what I don't know. People say he's just this dumb idiot. How did he get anything done? Well, he doesn't need to be, even if that is true and he's dumb, he doesn't actually need to be intelligent to do the things that they need him to do.
Almost like your accountant. The most important
more pansy, yeah, a little bit
really
of more
going to,
like, he would never get in a fight with some, like when Bannon calls him a schmuck right there, and he just kind of like, he just takes it because this is like, it doesn't seem to me that he would ever get in a conflict with somebody one-to-one like this. But he would, behind the scenes, obviously, things would happen. And he would totally just throw your ass under the bus in a heartbeat.
Calculations. So it's not only mathematics, but it's things that could be calculated. Reputation couldn't be calculated. I could give you, are you a 10 on a reputation scale, an 8? What does it mean to have a measurement of your reputation?
Dude, pigeon post. That's so true. Bannon says all the right things, but does all the wrong things. Right, dude. I listen to Bannon. From time to time. Not religiously, but I listen to him and I'm like, dude, yeah, he's saying some good shit. But then it's like, you see he's involved with Epstein and you're like, what the hell? Like, you see all these pictures of him on the island and you're like, what is this? Is this just a grift? I don't know, maybe.
Get to that later.
What are some other things that you've seen him do, Pigeon Post? Have you seen him do some other things that I'm not aware of?
Places like Rockefeller.
Because he's always kind of rubbed me the wrong way too. Like, I've always kind of been like skeptical of him.
To say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board? Potentially sit on the finance committee, Nancy Kissinger and a bunch of other people. And David Rockefeller
Nancy Kissinger
and I got along very well.
I believe you did.
He was this unbelievable human being. Respectful to everyone. He introduced his driver as his colleague.
Oh, he introduced his driver as his colleague, so that's how we know he's a good person. Oh yeah, Timothy Chalamet too was showing up. I saw him the other day in some files about. So I don't even really know. I didn't even really look that much into it because, again, I don't know how verified it is. But I saw a little excerpt about him, and he was really young, involved around Epstein. I don't know. Again, take it with a grain of salt. Could be AI. I have no idea. People were also saying the same thing about Mom Donnie, and I don't know how true that is. Some of this is like, it seems like it's weird because it's like a shotgunning where it's like, well, Epstein's involved with like everything. And that could be true, right? He's kind of like what is that called? The pivot, the hinge. He's like the hinge. He's like at the intersection of the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and the rest of the global elite, and maybe or at least he's one of these people who maybe is like a intermediary between them. That could be it. That's what it seems like from what a lot of we've seen. But it's like you get people who just throw so much shit in there, and they say he's responsible for this and he's responsible for that, and you start to go, is that true? I don't actually know. I don't know. It's interesting that it's there, but I don't know if it's actually the case, or we're reading too much into it, or maybe it's AI. There's some of this stuff is like misinformation too. Before the files, I thought he was a straight dude, although him running PR for Jeffrey Epstein in 2019 was odd. Yeah.
Okay. Repeat what my question.
So he's basically saying he was recruited to go on to be on part of the Rockefeller Foundation, which is now what Mr. Beast is working for. Funny. I don't know. Hey, look, doesn't mean anything. But it's just a little sus. It's just a little funny. It's just a little sus. Mr. Beast is now working with the Rockefellers. The biggest YouTuber of all time is working with the Rockefellers. He's a Rockefeller man. That's great. So we got Jim Brewer here. Had a little monologue. Let's take a look.
In my honest opinion, it's about time that some humanity understands pure demonic evil truly exists, and it's in your society, and it's your politicians, left, right, Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative, all of them, they're not your heroes. They're not your heroes. You're rock stars. You're not your heroes. You're athletes, the owners.
Yeah.
You haven't seen, this is, you're just getting the tip of an iceberg. And I'm not sure if some of you are ready for what's about to come. And this is what gets exhausting sometimes. When you know this and you tell it to people, and because they don't want to, they don't want to
believe it. They go, no, I don't want to
hear that information after they ask it because it's too much for them.
Because then their bullshit life is then fucked, right? Fuck my shit ass life. That's what they have to do. Is when they find out all this shit, the money's a scam, your job is a scam, the people in Congress are a scam. Then you have to literally be like, well, what am I supposed to do? And I understand. That's a lot. And the average person, when confronted with that, without the right discernment and wisdom and judgment, right? You will go crazy. You will go crack mode. You will go live under a bridge and say, screw the society. That's not the right move, though. It's not the right move. You will blow up the spot, right? You will crash out. Average people do not want to hear this shit. And they would rather just call you a conspiratard and say, no, that doesn't exist. Because I can't give up what they've been doing, right? It's just like the sunk cost fallacy. It's like they've been doing this for years, and it's just like, I'm not gonna sit here and listen to this shit. The elites, the people who pay who give me my paycheck, right? I'm not gonna do that. This is where the bread's buttered, man. I'm not gonna listen to your shit. What will come of this anyway? Well, ultimately, probably nothing, right? No actual arrests or anything. I know that the Clintons, which we're going to look at in a second, we're talking about testifying. Again, we just have these hearings. We just do hearings. Let's do hearings and ask them questions. Okay. And then they say, whatever, la-di-da-di-da, and we can go about our day. But what is happening that is tangible is a complete erosion of trust of institutions and the elite. And that's been happening for the better part of 15 years or so. But this is another element that's pushing us further towards disillusionment with our system and our society. And some of this, I think, is for a reason. You see Dugan lighten up the timeline about how satanic the West is and whatnot. And I agree with them, right? I think there's truth to that. But when I think about it, I think if we are going to say that we cannot derive truth or meaning or understanding of the world from these institutions anymore, it gets pushed back to the individual to discern the world, because you can't trust the fucking media. You can't trust the CNN. Well, I agree. Look, I agree with that. You can't trust CNN. You can't trust MSNBC. You can't even trust Fox News anymore. You never could. But now if you're thinking, well, I can't even trust the media, I have to go to alternative media. Now you're relying on your echo chamber. You're relying on your algorithm. And who controls the algorithms? I'm on X. It's Elon Musk. Where's Elon Musk? He's with the administration. You know, it's like it kind of comes back around full circle, right? And to a degree. And it becomes much more individualized, becomes more hyper polarity that happens. So it creates distrust in the institutions, kind of creates anarchy among the people, creates tribes. And ultimately, I think it is pushing us towards a accelerationist endpoint to where the breakdown of society is nigh. It is close. I think that we are going to get to a point where when the normies start seeing this shit on their timeline, I think that there's going to be upheaval or a complete hands-off approach. I think younger generations are already having this, and it's not that it's not harder for them. I think that that's true, as we've talked about earlier, is that it's not so much, okay, go to school and there's this universal kind of application of what you should do in your life. It's now more hyper individualized. I agree with that. It's a little different. The landscape's different and tougher now. But there still are ways to do things. There still are ways to succeed. There still is capital that can be generated. There still are assets that you can take and you can bank, right? I mean, geez, look at gold, look at silver recently. I mean, those things are popping off. Go get gold and silver, right? Go get Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin just crashed. It's buy the freaking dip, right? I tell people that, buy the dip. But there's people who have totally cashed out of all that, saying that there's no way out. They're blackpilled to the umpteenth degree. And there's a lot of people who feel like that. And that is just a recipe for conflict. That's a recipe for none of this matters nihilism. It's hyper nihilism. And then what the question I keep asking, excuse me. Wow. Excuse me. The question I keep asking is, if that is the case, if that's what's happening, and we're breaking down institutions, age-old institutions, and they are crumbling, and we do not have any sense of unity anymore, which is clearly it's present. What will be the new unifier? What will be the new society, the new order? What will that look like? What will the vision of the future look like? And who is planning that and determining that? That's the question we need to ask. I think that it is stupid to think backwards, to think about the past, think about nostalgia, think about, my 1950s trad wife. To think about even World War II is, I think, a waste of time. That was a moment. It's gone. Not that it didn't have rippling effects or whatever. You mean whatever. But people want to go back. They have this emphasis on going back to what we had. No. We cannot do that. The future is the present is fixed in what it is. The future is uncertain, but it is determined by where we're at right now. And we have to go off of that. And we have to figure out a plan and devise a strategy for what we want the future to look like. Because I think that all that shit's going away, right? All that shit's going away. That's gone. The old world is gone. We're now in the new world, and we need to think about these things. And the government, the elite, the media, the distrust of the populace is all aiding in that destroying of the past. It's a shedding of the old in with the new. What's the new? And are you going to be somebody who's going to be creating the new? Or are you going to be somebody who's going to be wallowing in the black pill? And are you going to be, well, it should be this way? It's not. Well, it's not, idiot. Figure out the way it is. Figure out how it is. And figure out how you can maneuver in the way it is. The best of your ability. That's what people need to be doing. Fake news felt like the beginning of it. It was. And if you notice, he took a play out of Putin's book, and so did Bannon, is that I did a video on this a while back. Right. Hang on. Where was this? Right here. Truth is now relative, right? Flooding the zone of shit. The fake news opened the gate to not trusting our institutions of media and information and sources, news sources, which now allowed the administration to say, well, okay, let's just open it up to everybody to say whatever they want. Free speech, guys. Free speech is back. Okay, that's great. But then we get all these wackadoos and these insane people who just put their opinions out there nonstop. And every single event that happens has a billion different takes on it. And there's actually no unifying narrative that, even if it is a lie, like something like the JFK assassination, even if that is a lie coming from the top down, that's something that they're telling us, that's something to go off of. That's something we can say, okay, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. But now it's like, that's not even the case. It's just nonstop bullshit, nonstop insane takes. We don't even have a thing to go off of to say whether or not they're lying. It's just all up in the air. Everything is just everything. Flooding the zone with shit. Throwing out as much shit as you can and disorienting and distracting and keeping people in the dark. That was the opening of it. Now that knowledge and understanding of things is in the dark, now we're moving on to, well, now let's get into the physical part of the elite, the structure itself, and show you how bad they are. And I think that there is an element of that going on too. Man, we got to start moving through this. I'm on one tonight. I'm just a chatty Cathy. It's 9:15 already, and we're not even, shit. I got to hurry up. We're going till midnight. Shit, fuck it. I woke up good today. I woke up pretty energized. I slept pretty good last night. Can't fault me for that. Yeehaw! Yeah, exactly, King of Sheba. All my workers out there working right now, listening. Hey, if you're working late, we're gonna be here a little while, at least till 11, probably. World War II wasn't good. It was when feminism took off. We want to go back to but even feminism, it's like, it's done, it's, you can sit there and critique it. And I don't think it was a good thing, but sitting there and thinking about a time when women didn't have the right to vote or whatever, it's never going to happen. It's like trying to think of a time when the transistor didn't exist. It's like, that's never going to happen. It's the cat's out of the bag. So how can you, with that being the lay of the land, how can you live morally? How can you live correctly? How can you transform your life with that being the case? And it's tough. I'm not saying it's not tough. I'm not saying people don't have a reason to bitch. It's way harder now. Things aren't fixed. Things aren't universalized. But you have to understand how the world is. If you want to just sit there and act like it's the 1950s, you're a fucking idiot. And you're going to sit there and smoke your pipe and act like, oh, I'm a conservative. And I'm like, I've seen these yahoos, these conservative grifters act like. It's like, you're living in the past, man. You're hung up on some show from the 60s, man. Okay? It's not what's happening. I don't agree. I think there are days ahead when some countries will reaffirm correct gender roles, particularly where public and national safety is concerned. I'm not saying you can't, I'm not saying there isn't an element to where you can't transform into something that was prior, or I guess maybe I need a better way to word this, because people just have this vision and this lens of the past that they kind of impose onto their reality, that they kind of fix onto things, that they think it should be just like that. And it's just not the case. You have to work with what you have. And one of the things is that we've seen, here's a good example, is that with the internet proliferating, people's opinions and ideas. We've seen a rise in people going back to traditional churches, right? Traditional Catholic churches, Orthodox churches have seen a rise in attendance, right? But that's only because the ability for the ideas on the internet to proliferate in the way they do, and the way they are able to metastasize, was available, right? So like you have to utilize the tools at hand and the way things are at hand to transform it. You have to transform it into what you want, and that might be something that is right. Like I'm religious. I think that there is a moral law that is kind of fixed in the world that we should adhere to, a natural law, right, if you will. That is something that's old and it's been around forever. And there might have been times in the past where people have done it better than we're doing it now. Okay, that's true. But to sit there and be like, we're going to use their blueprint, we're going to use the way that they did it to enact that, is stupid. That's not going to work. We have a new world. We have a new order. We have technologies that never existed. We have ways that I'm speaking to you right now in a way that never existed before. And it's like, how do you use these? How are you gonna integrate these things correctly? And some stuff will never be put back, right? Some stuff will never go back. But you have to figure out how to integrate that into that universal, everlasting natural law. How do you integrate these things? Some things will never be integrated. You know, I don't know. Just ways to think about. We'd be bringing back, yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. I agree with that. I actually think if we were to go back, what would really be happening is we would be creating something better. We'd be bringing back timeless truth, but bringing it into what is here in the present, as you said, yeah. And you're right, allowing truth to prevail means prevailing in whatever crappy situation we have now rather than what happened before, yes. But people just have this mentality of, they think about World War II, they think about, the 1950s trad life, they think about whatever. I mean, whatever it is. They're constantly doing callbacks to, I want that, making America great again, right? Even that's a callback to what? Like the 80s or some shit, whatever Trump's thinking about. And you get that, I understand that there was a time when things were greater, but like we have to transform and transcend and apply it to the time now. Anyways. Monologue, rant over. Let's go, continue.
And they'll call you a name, or they'll call you a whack job, or they'll call you a conspiracy, or a stoner, or you're just whatever they want to call you. You know what it's like seeing tweets? Years ago, I'd see certain comedians put out tweets talking about pedophilia and talking about, Christy Teigen. She put right out there.
Weird shit.
Tweets.
You guys have never seen her tweets. They're weird.
She basically telling you what she's into. This has been going on in your face for so long.
Oh, I wish you would have finished that sentence at least. Or whoever clipped this is an idiot, but whatever. He's right, though, too. That's another thing people have said, is that maybe this is normalizing people. Charles Carroll had a tweet about that, he said, I've known this stuff for a while. I've seen this stuff. I've seen the horrors of Epstein and the elites for so long that I'm numb to it. And he said, that's bad, right? That's bad to be numb to it. And some people say that, too, is they're going to drip feed the stuff out to get us kind of normalized to it. So when the really bad stuff comes out, it's going to be, the blowback is going to be numbed. And there's some of that where I think, maybe that's true. So now we got a clip here of Ehud Barak, the Israeli PM, talking to Epstein about Peter Thiel. Our boy Peter. And how Epstein's telling him, look, you need to really think about and research this guy and get into him. And we need to basically compromise him, probably is what they probably said. They didn't say that in this specifically, but they're talking about he's a really important guy. So let's take a look at this.
He thought there was two cyber companies. Look out, and even though I know Peter, I've never met Peter Thiel. And everybody says he sort of jumps around and acts sort of strange.
He is
Acts on
strange.
drugs.
Smoking,
Yes.
Yeah.
He looks under drugs.
However, he has a company called Palantir, Pallen, Tier. Palantir is Peter Thiel's company. And look out.
He totally botched that.
Palantiller?
Yes.
How you write Thiel? Thiellly?
Thiel.
Lly.
No. Thiell.
Okay.
So he thought that Peter would put you on the board of Palantir. Peter Thiel is one of the best. I've never met him. He's going to come here next week. So I wanted to talk to him after I talked to you.
Okay.
He and Andreessen, it's called Andreessen
Mark
Horowitz.
Andreessen, yo.
Andreessen Horowitz, they pay Larry $1 million a year. Just to advise them.
Andreas and
Larry Larry Summers? Or?
A-N-D-R-E-E.
I'm not sure what
S-O-N.
Larry they meant there.
Andreessen.
Larry Ellison? No, probably not Larry
And
Ellison.
Horowitz.
Could be, I don't know.
and Howard.
H-O-R-O. Horowitz.
What they are? It's a lobbyist. What they are doing?
They are the biggest venture capital people in Silicon Valley.
What, bigger than Sequoia or Kleiner
These are
Perkins?
these are the new Kleiner Perkins. Everybody, these are the smart boys. So those two companies right away, in terms of, I said that we need now in the next 3 weeks if you're going to leave.
So there you have it. He's getting the Israeli prime minister in bed, involved, trying to suss out who are the big players in Silicon Valley. In Silicon Valley, okay, if you've seen any of the people we've talked about, Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, right? They're pretty Jewish. They're pretty Jewish. And I know there's people who have said that the IDF's 8200, their special forces they've infiltrated the Silicon Valley area as well to get these people in bed, to get them on board, to get them positive view towards Israel. Interesting. And Palantir, as you all know, is basically embedded with our system, with our society, with our government. And Palantir run by Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel essentially created our vice president. So there we have it. There's a connection there that I don't know if it was as obvious as out there before this. And then right after, this was yesterday, the man himself, Bibi, comes out with a tweet and says, hey, Epstein's unusual close relationship with Ehud Barak doesn't suggest that Epstein worked for Israel. It proves the opposite. Oh, pray tell, how does it prove the opposite? Stuck on his election loss from 2 decades ago, Barak has for years obsessively attempted to undermine Israeli democracy by working with the anti-Zionist radical left. The woke left. I'm under attack. Israel's under attack by the woke left, guys. Oh my gosh. In a failed attempt to overthrow the elected Israeli government, Barak's personal fixation led him to engage in activities publicly and behind the scenes to undermine the government of Israel, including fueling mass protest movements, fomenting unrest, and feeding false media narratives. Throwing him under the bus. Wow. But how is any of this shit far-fetched when you yourself come out and say, hey, just a few weeks ago talking about, we maybe need to wean off the military aid, the billions of dollars we're given by America. We need to wean off that because we need to focus on the psychological war, on trying to rebuild the image of Israel. You know, the Holocaust movies, those things, Hollywood's basically in the dumper. What's the new form of technology? You see how Israel transforms based on the landscape? They're transforming how people are going to perceive them. They're understanding their incentives, their motives based on the landscape. They're moving on. They're saying Hollywood is no longer a thing. Gen Z and younger don't really give a shit about movies. They don't care about the Holocaust. They don't care about their history, as professed by, Nick Fuentes and his followers, right? They're young, they're Gen Z. So now we need to get on to TikTok. And who just bought TikTok? Larry Ellison. They're going for the cyber war. They're going for technology. So I don't know how him talking about Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley and the venture capital firms in Silicon Valley, which they all have their tentacles in everything, right? Him talking to Ehud Brock about that. How is that any different from what you're doing, BB? Like that's totally in line with what you want. No, he's trying to undermine us because he's part of the woke left here in Israel. Is there a woke left in Israel? What the hell are you talking about? Mr. Oracle, exactly. People will be on their best behavior. Cops will be on their best behavior because we'll be watching. Remember that? Remember that clip? Should I bring it up? I feel like I have to play that clip every time I talk about Larry Ellison. You'll all be on your best behavior. You'll all be on your best behavior because we'll be watching. Yeah, Myron Gaines. Sure. Dude, yeah. Jackson Hinkle. Yeah. No, dude. He wasn't Mossad or anything. Even though Ghislaine Maxwell literally worked for the Mossad, her father, Robert Maxwell, like literally worked for the Mossad. It's proven, dude. What are you smoking? Cenk Uygur, unlikely allies in this fight against Israel, Jackson Hinkle, he's like a communist, right? He's part of the American Communist Party. Myron Gaines is like he's like a red pillar, right? Cenk Uygur, he's like a SocDem, like weird people commenting, kind of unlikely allies. But see, that's the landscape. We have to take it for what it's worth. Yeah, the IDF sure is crazy. Okay, all right. Let's keep it civil. Let's keep it YouTube friendly, please. Please, X comments. So now we got Trump here. It's just weird coming out, running cover for Bill Clinton, sweeping for the Clintons. Yeah, he doesn't say Hillary, but it's just weird for him to be, as much as he attacked Hillary Clinton because you be in jail, right? Remember that? One of the presidency in 2016? Now he's like, no. Bill Clinton's a good guy. I like Bill. He understands me.
It bothers me that somebody's going after Bill. It bothers me that somebody's going after Bill Clinton. See, I like Bill Clinton. I still like Bill.
What do you like about him?
I like
that pretty little girl he had in the White House. Monica something.
It bothers me that
I love that little dress she was wearing. He understands me. I saw her and I instantly thought, he understands me. Nah, the CIA database project Oracle. I mean, I know Oracle from Larry Ellison. There's a project Oracle. I don't know. Maybe, am I blue pilled on this? Am I CIA database project? Oh, okay. 1970. I have not seen this. CIA, Larry Ellison started as CIA project, Oracle. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, Palantir is basically the same thing. So, yeah, Larry, yeah, I mean, probably In-Q-Tel backed, right? Like, I think that's probably true. All these tech companies, these AI companies, and they're all CIA backed. Okay, BB, we totally believe you, buddy. Thank you. Thank you, BB. All right, so now we got the Bill Gates clips that we're going to look at. Bill Gates. Epstein emails allege Bill Gates caught an STD from Russian girls and begged Epstein for secret antibiotics to dose Melinda without her knowledge. Melinda divorced him in 2021, citing his Epstein ties. Now she's worth $29.6 billion. There's an email here from Jeffrey to Jeffrey from 2013 saying, to add insult to injury, you then implore me to please delete the emails regarding your STD. You request that I provide you antibiotics that you can surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your male member. You also made it clear to me that I am not to refer to, and that's redacted, as that is another topic that must remain between the two of us. So this basically just confirmed that Bill Gates had an STD and a wonky wiener. Okay, that last part has not been demonstrated, but we could just assume. Is it egg-shaped? Is it like Harvey Weinstein's? But after this came out, he was questioned about the STD. Let's see what he has to say.
Knew a lot of very rich people, and he was saying he could get them to give money to global health. You know, in retrospect, that was a dead end, and I was foolish to spend time with him. I was one of many people who regret ever knowing him.
You've no doubt seen the allegations.
They all regret it, right?
From the last 24 to 48 hours. Are they true?
No, apparently Jeffrey wrote an email to himself. That email was never sent. The email is, false. So I don't know what his thinking was there. It just reminds me, every minute I spent with him, I regret and I, apologize that I did that.
The problem is some of the things that he has sent and some of the information about other people that has come up in those files has been true. Why would he do this and say this about you, do you think?
It's factually true that I was only at dinners. I never went to the island. I never met any women. And so, the more that comes out, the more clear it'll be that although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior.
No sound? Was there no sound on that? Could you guys hear that? I saw it on OBS. It was running fine. Was it good for you? Okay. Adorable Waffles, check your phone. Check your headphones. He didn't even meet any women? Right, yeah. I was like, what? It literally says you got an STD from a Russian from a Russian escort, bro. Hooray for lying! Yay! So we got Melinda here. She had her response. Let's check this out.
No girl should ever be put in the situation that they were put in by Epstein and whatever was going on with all of the various people around him. No girl. I mean, it's beyond heartbreaking, right? I remember being those ages, those girls were. I remember my daughters being those ages, right? So for me, it's personally hard whenever those details come up, right? Because brings back memories of some very, very painful times in my marriage. But I have moved on from that. I purposely pushed it away and I moved on. I'm in a really unexpected, beautiful place in my life. So whatever questions remain there of what I can't even begin to know all of it, those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband.
Don't implicate me in any of this shit. Yeah, not me.
And I am so happy to be away from all the muck.
I wonder what your dominant emotion is when you read these news articles.
Just unbelievable sadness. Unbelievable sadness, right? And again, I'm able to take my own sadness and look at those young girls and say, my God, how did that happen to those girls, right? And so
right, how did that happen?
For me, it's just sadness for, I left my marriage. I had to leave my marriage. I wanted to leave my marriage. I had to leave I felt I needed to eventually leave the foundation. So it's just sad. And it's kind of like, at least for me, I've been able to move on in life. And I hope there's some justice for those now women, right? We see them standing up in front of microphones in D.C. What they went through is just unimaginable, I think.
Ruled not by lions, not by foxes, but by weasels, by rats. How about that? she's totally like, look, man, I had nothing to do with any of that shit. I had nothing to do with it. It was just muck. It's just a lot of muck. Well, I don't know what's going on. Why don't you question them? Don't talk to me about this. Why didn't she ever speak out before now? Exactly. What the hell? You could have said shit years ago. When was that from? This was from 2013, so it probably happened even before that. It was at least 2013. It might have been earlier. Everyone has their breaking points, and perhaps I'll give her that. Agree, it is disgusting. Waiting so long to speak out is disgusting as well. It's a start for her, maybe, but she has some owning up to do too. That's a great voice. Use that more. Which voice? I don't even know what I did. What voice did I even use? I'll have to rewind the tape and I'll have to look at it later. I'll use that voice more. Something's telling me she knew about at least some of it. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, oh my gosh, dude. She's at least admitting that something happened. Like, she's admitting, not fully to PDF stuff, but like, oh, there's girls who were taking advantage of. But she's doing it in the softest way possible and trying to evade any implication that she knew anything about it. Dude, these people are crazy. Oh my gosh, dude. I don't even know. Oh, we got delete your handler here, boys. You guys remember delete your handler? Here he is. Oh, man. The most dangerous spell isn't denial. It's rebranding the ritual as recovery. I was heartbroken. I healed. I've moved on. That's not growth. That's clearance operation. You didn't survive the Epstein era. You were formatted by it. You weren't adjacent to ritual. You were rendered by it. There is no after. There is no beyond. You are still inside the burnt script. A redemption arc is not salvation. It's a patch note. You don't stage forgiveness on a podcast set. You don't film. This is enclosure. This is concealment. This is firewall language wrapped in forgiveness code. This is corporate speak for we did some heinous shit, but I don't want to be in trouble. She didn't heal. She uploaded a new mask. She didn't change. She changed format because Absolution is a product now, and your grief is the marketing team. The machine isn't judging her. It's monitoring you to see if you'll install her recovery as yours, to see if you'll call the update progress. It's not a new beginning. It's a cleaner loop. Damn. Delete your handler with the heat. Coming in with the heat. Laying down the law on Melinda. Slipping Melinda the antibiotics. Whipping, cracking the whip. Anyways, all right, we're going to move along. It's time for the final segment of the night. This will probably take us up to the end. But before we do any of that, I'm going to run real quick. Give me like 1 minute. I'm going to run into the other room. So we're getting into the Elijah Schaffer drama, juicy drama. My favorite part of the night is drama. I love the Griff Sphere drama. And I fully believe there'll be way more of it in the future. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to get into some of that, and then that will take us up to the end of the night. So don't nobody go nowhere, and don't you dare touch that dial. We're back. It's been a good show. I think it's been a good night. A classic. We're back. We're back. Better than ever. Very good. That was a good stopping point. Yeah, I think my seasonal affective disorder is maybe moved on. It's passed through. I'm done feeling depressed. Last week, man, was brutal. I was so just out of it. And the week before, just the snow, the cold, you know, Blue Monday. But I think we've gotten through that. I'm feeling more rejuvenated. I'm feeling spiritually alive. I'm feeling better. I love doing the show. I love coming out here, but sometimes the mental, emotional state, it's tough. It makes it tough, but I still push through the other side. That's what people need to do. This too shall pass. All right, let's get into it. Juicy drama alert. Elijah Schaffer. Now, I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. We've done some videos in the past. I had one actually semi-recently right here, Right-Wing Grifting, where he, along with others, and again, this will have to be on a show. I want to do a show with Dick in the future. I want to bring Dick back. We want the return of Dick at some point in the show, maybe for a special. We'll do a special episode where we talk about and we map and we discuss the political sphere and who is in bed with who and who is grouped with who. At the bare minimum, I think you can glean a little bit of information off of the allies that people have, right? That people, they back them up, they talk about them, what the comments, the posts they make, and their philosophies and exactly their views on things. There's some that are super obvious, right? Everybody can say, oh yes, Ben Shapiro, Daily Wire crew. People then take that broader and they say there's a Con Inc. crew, right? That you can extrapolate even broader. And there's truth to that. I think that there's people who are kind of in an alliance or in agreement with things. And there might be some potential backing or financing of those people in that network. And I would like to do that even more so because I think there's a lot more to that than meets the eye with these people. And Elijah posted on that video about biggers.com, which was a gambling website, along with like 10 other people did the same exact thing. Now, I don't know if that means exactly that they're all being paid by the same person. Maybe they all just took sponsorship deals. We don't really know. But it's just interesting. It kind of elucidates kind of what's going on maybe behind the scenes, who's getting paid by who's maybe working with who. Morgan Ariel was another one of them. But he also in that video talked about how he kind of let it slip. I think he let it slip a little bit that he was working to the interests of the El Salvadorian government. And he was on with Gavin McInnes, and Gavin McInnes is like, what? I think we might have that clip here too that we're going to play. But he was like, what are you doing in El Salvador? And Elijah's stuttering. And so interesting things there that he might be involved with. So let's take a look at this. Let's see what's going on. So Captain Dreamer posts, which he's another one of these people that we could absolutely map on there. He's in the BAP sphere for sure. Anyways. Elijah says, I do not know where my wife and kids are, and I cannot get a hold of them. They are filed as missing persons. They've gone missing. Last enforcement confirmed someone in my house set me up. I'm under attack by the woke left. They planted drugs and said I was a criminal. This will be a public trial by the FBI. He posts this tweet, ends up deleting them, and people were like, what the hell is going on? I remember seeing this, and I was like, what? Ends up deleting this. We're all kind of like, disoriented. We thought there's something weird was happening. Some people thought that maybe he, did the deed to his family. Maybe, put them away and they're out with the fishies, swimming with the fishies, right? We thought maybe he he finally did it. He did it. He did the thing because we didn't know. This whole tweet was very strange. Then he posts this video. Andy Worski here saying Elijah Schaffer is losing it. Apparently his wife and kid left him, and now he got stuck in the back rooms.
No one believes me that my life doesn't make any sense right now, but this is the way back to my hotel room, and it doesn't make any sense. I now have to leave my hotel room because of a flood.
He deleted this as well.
But what's going on here, okay? It's very bizarre. So there's some, I guess, some water moving here. Okay, cool. Won't walk in that. My feet are wet. And then we got some flooding, I guess. Okay, it's falling on me. But
I mean,
what even is
it's
going
kind of
on,
weird, I
right?
guess, but
There's a
not that weird.
thing, okay? At least I can, like, take a seat and actually rest. But then I have some what? Some Diet Dr. Pepper? No one believes me that my life...
This dude's tripping on acid. That's what's happening. He's tripping on acid. He, like, you know, cause and effect don't really make any sense. Things are just kind of happening. Reality is just kind of being experienced as it come at you. And there's kind of breakdown of meaning, right? That's what's happening. And this is really what it was really what made me think that the fact that he came over here.
Thing, okay? At least I can, like, take a seat.
Take a seat.
And
Why?
actually rest.
Rest, okay.
But then I have some what?
Then you're getting, it's like then on to the next. It's like, what are you taking a seat for? Okay, he wants to rest. Okay. But then it's like, oh, back up to the next thing. Nah, this guy's hallucinating on some sort of psychedelics. And this is what News Baron said. Elijah Schaffer tweeted a bizarre drug-fueled video, now deleted, in which he walks through a flooded hotel while hallucinating on an unknown substance. Yeah, I think he's absolutely on some sort of psychedelic where kind of something, you know, it's like, it is kind of weird. You know, your hotel's flooding. That's kind of weird. I'd probably be like, damn, dude, this sucks. But like to be like, what is happening? What's going on? Oh, I'm going to take a seat. Well, now I got Diet Dr. Pepper. Like that type of shit is like, you're not understanding reality. Things aren't cause and effect, doesn't have any meaning, doesn't have any place in your mind. You're just kind of rolling with what's happening. And I think that's what's happening here. So very strange video. He deleted it. This is what a demon looks like. Your right-wing political content, sir. Exactly. Thank you for the hot takes, Elijah, about Diet Dr. Pepper. We appreciate it. But he's being under attack. He's under attack by the woke left. The woke left is causing him to hallucinate. He's getting too close to the truth. Trap him in the infinite liminal space. Yes. Suffer, Elijah. Suffer. Suffer, bitch. So then we got Milo. You know, consider the source. Milo, he's a snake. He is a gay, Catholic, Jewish man. And he comes out here with the receipts. He says, I'm in touch with Elijah. I told him to get off the internet for a couple weeks and go to rehab. It's better for everyone to just rip the Band-Aid off, so I'll share with you over the next few hours the info doing the rounds in private, or at least that's what I've been able to confirm. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Elijah, for leaking these DMs. He says, I've seen a dossier put together. Everything is coming out. My advice is to check yourself into rehab sooner rather than later. There may be a life for you after this. As far as I can see, drug addiction is the only card you have left to play. Damn. That's rough. That's your only card is drug addiction? Yeah. If I were you, I would go out of my way to be generous and decent with the wife and kids. This cross-filing in other states for divorce is insultingly childish and stupid. Observers will be asking, haven't you put the poor bitch through enough? The investors don't matter. If they met you and still wrote you a check, that's on them. I'm sure it'll be a while before you are ready to start putting your life back together, but when you are, I will help you. I've been trying to signal to you for the past year or so to cut the bullshit and talk to me. I was hoping everyone could avoid this. Then he responds and says, what do you mean? Cease and desisting people right now. But I got my car back. So that's good. And Milo says, are you stupid? He says, what do you mean? Wait, just seeing the top of this. Hey, man, I'm going through some tough things. Can you help me here? What dossier? Shot you a call. Your tweets have been so erratic and insane that people are asking if you killed your family. There's a dossier being circulated that reveals all the details about Rift's collapse, your drinking and substance abuse, the affairs with Sarah Stock, treatment of your wife, sexual habits and perversions, alleged prostitution. Woo, man. Holy, your wife filing for divorce and then you filing back in a different state so you can make out that you dumped her. It is safe to assume that everything about your life is about to hit the internet. Start again at the beginning of my text now that you know this. He probably came down from the drugs. You won't take it, but my very strong advice is that you get off the internet for 2 weeks and check into rehab and be very, very freaking nice to your wife. Whether or not you have a professional future at all depends on it. Nobody believes this horse shit you're posting about your car either. You got away with being a maniac for a while, but the bill is now due. Whoa. You're a very poor liar. It is not your forte. You should find another profession, one in which you only need the truth. And then he texts Sarah and says, if your husband doesn't know, now is the time. I understand that you won't see it like this for a long time, but as you can see from the above, it is better for everyone that things come out in one burst today instead of metastasizing over weeks. Don't let him find out from somebody else. So he's alleging that Elijah and Sarah Stock, another prominent trad e-girl, right-wing, you're white right-wing e-girl, they're sleeping together. And she just talked about getting married and having her marriage blessed by the Pope and all this. Oh. Who got all this information? Why is this dossier coming out? That's something that's interesting to think about. Is he in bed with the El Salvadorian government? What is he doing? What the hell is Rift? Is Rift TV just another tenant media situation? And now somebody is saying, look, we're taking you out. Weird, man. Weird shit going on behind the scenes, for sure. Being in these spheres must feel like being in the Twilight Zone and your only currency is social capital. If people don't vibe with the message, then it's panic time. Yeah, dude. I mean, we're looking at Milo right here. I mean, I literally look at him akin to a Jeffrey Epstein. He's the gay, Jewish, Roman Catholic Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, he's got like dirt on everybody. Apparently, this is the year that he's going to drop the whole dossier on Nick Fuentes and his gay relations and all this shit. Apparently, this is what he said a few months ago. So I don't know. He's like the snakiest snake ever. And it seems like he's in bed with the Candace Owens, potentially Tucker Carlson group. So that's an interesting little element to this. TV host Savannah Guthrie, mom is missing. Her husband supposedly is mentioned in the Epstein files. Interesting. Yeah, I saw that, but I don't know what to make of it. Hey, Ludwig in chat. Anyone want a novel recommendation? Yeah, go ahead. Give it to us, man. Just say no to drugs. Yeah, well, I think there's a little more going on here than just drugs. Milo says in February 2025, Sarah Stock and Elijah Schaffer began sleeping together. So a year ago. The affair ended on the day she got engaged, about 6 months later. So it ended 6 months after her engagement? That's a weird way to put it. It's a Milo way to put it, really. In that time, they experienced multiple pregnancy scares. It is alleged by one former acquaintance that Sarah got at least one abortion. Whoa. Allegedly. Let's put that. Allegedly. Stock and Schaffer had sex on the day they met at the CPAC conference. In recordings of Stock confessing the affair, she claims large amounts of alcohol were involved. They told each other they love one another. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's take a little bit slow there. Let's take a little bit slow. Come on now. Elijah told her he was thinking of leaving his wife for her. Whoa. He's got kids with her too, doesn't he? Jeez Louise. And when we have some audio recording of Sarah Stock, Jada McNeil says, "You're based trad groiper e-girl. You're based trad e-girl." Yes, let's hear.
Not take any accountability at all because, like,
Wait, what?
take any accountability at all because, like,
Hang on. She says she doesn't take any accountability at all?
not take any accountability at all because, like, it obviously was my fault too. It happened between us, but even that was like not like, I don't know. I felt like it was like he got me like very intoxicated. Like I don't even
Oh my gosh.
remember most of it. And I was even like thinking back because it was like at CPAC the 2 nights. You're there, and the second night I was like breaking out in like a rash, and so he's like, "Oh, like get some Benadryl, it'll help with the rash." And like now I'm thinking back, and it's like that's probably why I like blacked out, because he like intentionally gave me Benadryl and like fed me a bunch of shots and stuff. And like obviously that's like stupid on my part.
Wait, she's literally admitting that he suggested for her to do that. But she's wanting to make it out to seem like, no, he drugged me with Benadryl. And I didn't know what I was doing. But you just said that he suggested it. So, like, what? So you knew beforehand? Like, what?
To like go along with that, you know? But at the same time, it's like...
You could say no?
Obviously, like, knew what he was doing.
So he had it in his mind. Benadryl, what? Like, does that just make it increases, like, the toxicity or something? Like, gets you really screwed up?
Yeah, like mixing like a drug like that with alcohol.
When was what was this?
And if there was no Benadryl involved, she would just blame it on the alcohol?
That was when I very first met him in February.
Where was he back? I don't even remember this. Oh,
DC.
Oh, that was in DC. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Benadryl for a breakout.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's crazy. Yeah, he. I know
Once
how.
again, like I'm saying, like I'm not saying I don't like have any fault in that. Like it like definitely like ate me up for like a long time.
Yeah.
I feel very bad about it still.
Yeah.
Allegedly, yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay, so she's admitting that she's corroborating what Milo said.
It's tough, and I mean, I don't know how you feel about the guy now, but it's like it's probably worse that you don't. That you like the more that you learn about him and know who he really is, it probably makes the whole thing worse a little bit.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What did
I mean, I just don't want anything to do with him. Like
I get you. I totally get you. What did he say about his family? Like, because obviously he has like a family and kids. What was his excuse with that though? Like, how would he justify that?
he was like, "Oh, my wife doesn't care. She lets me run free or whatever. She doesn't care as long as because I like take such good care of her, and she just lets me."
That's
be
a
man,
cope.
like, do
That's a
what I want
cope.
and blah blah blah. Like
Really?
he was like saying that stuff. Yeah.
Says like the wife doesn't care. Wow.
Yeah.
So you're in a poly relationship? Aren't you the trad conservative Rift TV guy?
has an open relationship.
Aren't you the Orthodox guy who wears the fucking Orthodox cross all the time? That shit, dude. This looks so bad, man. This is putting all this to shame. This is your right-wing conservative political commentators. Her vocal fry goes crazy. I was thinking the same thing. She's like, look, I don't want to say, like, I didn't have a part in this, but, like, he totally drugged me with, like, Benadryl and shit. So I'm like, dude. She wants to be West Coast so bad. She wants to be Kim Kardashian so bad. Also, she dyes her hair blonde. That's what somebody said too. She dyes her hair blonde. She's not even your trad A10 blonde Aryan wife. She is grifting from head to toe.
That's crazy.
Which, I mean,
And bro is just
Did
like,
you ever
that's
question
crazy.
that, or like,
okay, that's crazy.
like, I like realized that's not true.
Right.
But also, like, at the time, like, it seemed like, I don't know, just like the way he acted and everyone acted around him and the things he would say around girls, it almost like seemed like that was true. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
and like, obviously, like, I deeply regret that, but also, like, I'm not a slut. Like, I mean, that's like a horrible thing, but it's not like I really am, like, sleeping around or have been, so.
Well,
yeah, I mean, you don't have to defend yourself.
It's kind of, yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, it's kind of just, like, not even true for, like, anyone who knows me, so.
Yeah, I mean, you just had a fling with Elijah, and that's, I don't know, I guess he got upset about it, he's just exaggerating, yeah. I mean, did you, I guess you're not going to tell anyone, huh? Or, I guess I was going to ask, like, would you tell your husband? I guess this is before your husband, right?
Yeah, no, we weren't engaged.
Oh, okay.
But no, I'm not telling anyone.
Yeah. Okay.
And, like, I was, like I said, like, very intoxicated.
Oh.
Well, he said, like, it was a couple times, like, you were traveling around and, like, maybe in D.C. and New York and stuff like that. I'm not trying to.
No. Like, not to not take any accountability at all, because like it was obvious my fault too what happened between us, but even that was like not like, I don't know, I felt like it was like he was gonna he got me very intoxicated, like I don't even remember, like dude. His transcript, the amount of likes is too damn high. Yeah, dude, she's trying to soften the blow. I don't even know who this is. Who's talking with her? That's what I want to know. Who is she talking with? Okay, this is just like a random tidbit of like weirdness, but my two friends, like my two best friends, like they know who he is or whatever, but they've never met him. And then he greeted them and like kissed both of their cheeks. What? Which is super weird, right? Like they've never met him and they were super weirded out and like instantly called me, and it gets weirder. Okay, when he greeted my husband, he like kissed his temple. What? You can't make this up. Like he was greeting everyone by kissing them that day. Was weird. Was he high? I don't know. Wait, he grabbed your husband's head and then kissed him on the head. Yeah, like super quick. Like it's like, it sounds like they like super quick, like kissed his temple. Dude, these transcripts are fucking funny as shit. When did that? I've never seen him. What the F? It was like at the James and Keith parties at Keith Woods. I know it's like kind of funny and we were all like dying about it. Her and Tyler Russell need to be deported immediately. Like, how are they just Canadians living in America for years? Right. We're all worried about the Mexicans. What about the damn Canadians? Sorry, Pigeon Post. I mean, having a fling with a married man does kind of make you a little slutty. Yeah. I mean, she absolutely knew that he was married. She's trying to soften the blow and be like, he recommended me Benadryl and I took it and then I was kind of out of my mind. Okay, dude. You're not even going to go with something that's a little harder, like he slipped me a Molly or some shit, or a roofie. Like, no, he gave me Benadryl. Like, what? What in the world? So I got Brian here from the Whatever podcast saying Sarah Stocks claims to be a virgin and waiting for marriage on the Whatever podcast. Now, when was this? I would like to see when this was. Sarah Stock. This chick, these people, man. These people, so how did she even get famous? She got famous off of a Jubilee video, correct? Where she debated some woke tard on, I don't even know what it was, trad shit, the trad talking points. And then she then became a legitimate, like the barrier to entry for these people is so retardedly low, dude. Like she doesn't even, like you don't have to know fucking anything. You don't have to be anything. You just have to go up and be in the right place at the right time and say the right things semi okay. And if you do that, you have the grounds and the standing to be a conservative influencer. Is this real? Is he on here? Oh, I thought he had Elijah on here. That Jubilee video is only, yes, exactly. I've seen dick from her. She just appears. Same with that Lily Gaddis bitch. Can we please get rid of her too? Can we please get rid of Lily Gaddis too? Please. Milo, if you can hear me. Milo, if you can hear me, please get the dossier on Lily Gaddis, please. Please release the dossier on Lily Gaddis. She can go back to the hole she crawled out of too. I don't know which one she was on. I wish I had. I wonder if AI or somebody's going to know. What episode, or maybe I should say, when was Sarah Stock on Whatever podcast? February 2024. Okay, so that was a year before the alleged sexual encounter with Elijah in February 2025. So this clip was from February 2024. Let's see it.
Hi, I'm Sarah Stock. I'm 20. I'm from Newport Beach. I'm single. I've never had
Dyed blonde,
a
by the way.
serious relationship or anything. I've had like 2 pretty short relationships and a lot of first dates kind of thing.
How many first dates would you say you've had?
No idea, to be honest.
More than 10, more than 20,
No idea.
more than 30?
I don't know. Probably around 20 over my life.
Whoa.
Whoa. What's the
Slut
longest period of time
alert.
that you've dated a guy?
Lucy alert. 20 dates. First dates.
2.5, 3 months, I think.
Would you call it a
That's
situationship?
trad.
No.
That's trad in 2026 America. 20 first dates. A girl having 20 first dates is trad. You've had under triple digits, you're a traddy girl now.
Have you ever called somebody your boyfriend?
Yeah.
You're also religious, correct?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Are you waiting until marriage?
Yep.
Have you always waited till marriage?
Yes.
You both are virgins, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
No shame, just...
Yeah.
Okay,
Right
cool.
on. I said yes.
What's your body count?
It's 8. 4.
8 by 18, right?
I can give like a roundabout.
Sure.
Like 120.
Dude, I think I've seen this episode. I remember this chick was whack.
8. 0. 0.
0.
Whoa.
That's
Okay.
a lot of virgins.
Jake?
Surrounded by purity here.
Yeah.
I feel it rubbing off on me. That's between me and the man upstairs.
The Jija Chad Jay coming in saying, look, I don't kiss and tell. Okay, so this is kind of like neither here nor there. If she was on during February 2024 and this fling happened in February 2025, right, is what they're claiming, this could be true. They want to say, oh, she's lying. But we don't know. I'm not going to claim that she is totally a hussy. She's a hussy and she's been sleeping around her whole we don't know that. But she did admit to sleeping with Elijah on the phone. So that we do have. which corroborates with Milo's dossier. This one we're going to speed up. I don't know if we might not even listen to the whole thing, but this is essentially Elijah Schaffer verbally abusing his wife. He puts Steven Crowder to shame.
Dumb bitch, please. I'm trying to, like, god damn it. Being such a fucking whore. I'm like literally like, oh hey, you know what? Got a couple beers. Oh, why do you lie to me? Why do you lie to me? You know why? You're a fucking whore and you're a bitch. And you need to shut the fuck up. How about that? Because when I talk to you the truth, you become a fucking whore. And I don't want to be around you. Oh, I'm not a whore. Yeah, maybe you're not. You act like one. How about that? Oh, well, you want to show yourself to me? Yeah. How about this? I can handle your shit. Fucking divorce me. Take my son. Do what the fuck you want. How about this? Shut the fuck up because I'm your husband and I'm trying to support you and be your husband. Well, you had a couple beers with someone. Oh, god damn it. Oh, I hope you die. I hope you die successfully. Oh my god, your husband had something.
Whoa!
Oh my god, you have fake problems. You have fake problems. You're a fake complainer. You have fake problems.
Bro is blasted. He is drunk as shit.
Oh my god, but you know, I asked, could you just be honest?
He said, I had some beers.
What did I do?
I had some
beers. Honest with you. Do you know what I got in return, being honest? This shit. So fuck you. Honestly, from my bottom of my heart, fuck you, bitch. I fucking will never be honest with you. You're a fucking ungrateful bitch. So fuck you. You don't.
All right. I think we're done with that. We're done with that. Verbal abuse. It's almost like he's verbally abusing me when I'm sitting here listening to it. Elijah, you're hurting my feelings, my guy. Jeez. You're calling me a bitch? Oh my, yeah. Jeez. That was a lot. Anyways, Steven Crowder, if you can hear us, we apologize. Steven Crowder, if you can hear us, we apologize. Steven Crowder, dude, what Steven Crowder did was like 1/1,000,000th of this. What did he do? He just kind of talked sternly to his wife, and people were like, he's an abuser. He's so mean. This guy's like, you fucking dumb bitch. Fuck you. I'll kill you. And it's like, okay, you know what? This guy, maybe, you know, he's actually justified. She's actually justified in getting divorced. Because he's a little off his fucking rocker. Is this our last topic for tonight? 100%. This is probably gonna take us up to 11. So I wanna go and eat because I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Where did all this came out at the same time? And who's this news baron person? What the fuck is this shit? This seems like this is a coordinated October 2024. Who is this? They just posted all this shit. Oh, that's interesting. We're going to actually, maybe we'll come back to that. I don't know who this person is, this news baron person, but they just posted all this shit on Elijah. So it seems to me from the outside, it's true, right? I think the stuff that's coming out is true, but it seems to me that this is a coordinated effort to discredit Elijah Schaffer and therefore the Rift TV media outlet, whatever you want to call it. And I don't really know what the hell the Rift TV is. There's a lot of weird shit. With Elijah saying that about El Salvadorian government and whatnot. It's just I don't really know where he gets his backing from, and I feel as though it's a tenant media situation. Then we got Brittany Venti here. I'm a Brittany Venti respecter. I enjoy Brittany Venti. Give me Brittany Venti over all these trad wackadoos, this new crop. Brittany Venti's been around since like 2015 in this sphere. She is no spring chicken. She is seasoned in this. She's a seasoned vet. And I totally, I'm a Brittany respecter.
So people are like, oh, what's she going to do? What's she going to say? And then Someone actually predicted what she was going to say. Apparently it was Surf. And he said the funniest thing Stock could do right now is post, please pray. And then she actually did that. She actually posted, please pray. Like after getting her marriage blessed by the Pope, after she destroyed 2 marriages, including one with children. And she's like posting how Catholic she is while living the complete opposite life. And she's like, yeah. Please pray. As if the grift isn't up. So people are like, oh, what's she going to do? What's she going to say? And then.
Yeah, there's something about, there's one thing about your past life and things you did years ago. 10, 15, that was the whole problem with woke culture we had was like, you're going to look at a tweet I made in 2011. You're going to look at shit I said 15 years ago, and you're going to bring it up to me now. I'm a different person now. There's one thing about that where people nitpick about that shit that I think is unfair. But something that just happened a year ago, not even at that point, like not even a year ago, something completely, it's not that you said a slip of the tongue or something. It's that you're sleeping with another conservative influencer who's married, has a family with kids, and you're getting married. Like, and you're professing all this trad shit. Like, that's the point where it's just people, they have a hard time with that. I have a hard time grappling with that. And frankly, I don't follow these people. All this new stock of people who come about, I'm out of it. I'm out of these people, the Lily Gaddis's of the world, the Sarah Stocks, especially all these girls. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm not trying to be whatever, but these new girls who come out, they're the pretty, the Isabella, Moody, Riley, whatever the hell her name is. These people, no, I don't want anything to do with them. I don't follow them. I don't listen to them. They need to go. The only reason why I like Brittany Venti is she's been through the ringer. She's been here since the beginning, and I like her. But even her, but she doesn't profess to be the trad, the high moral standard. She's not poo-pooing on people for all their misdoings. But these like tradcath people who come about, man, if you're not living the life to that degree, it's going to come off real hypocritical when some bullshit comes out. Not 15, 20 years ago. Not, oh, I used to be an alcoholic 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. No, like last year. Like that's like, okay, you've been big. That's when you got big, lady. You've been big for a while here, professing this image of wholesome, virtuous, Chungus Christianity. And then it comes out that you're, sleeping with another prominent married conservative grifter. Oh, okay. Well, that kind of blows up the image, It kind of blows up the image a bit. And people likened it to, Nala Ray. You guys remember Nala Ray? Nala Ray was the inverse of this in some sense, where she was an OnlyFans girl and she gave up that life to be a Christian or whatever. I had my qualms with her as well because she went from literally day and night from being a thought on the internet, posting whatever the hell, her body, to within a couple months being, I'm back, guys. I'm a Christian now. And now I'm going to lecture people and I'm going to talk about being a Christian. Listen, if she actually had a real spiritual conversion and her heart is changed, like fine. If that happened, okay, good for her. I think that's great. But to me, it's not totally wrong for people to look at these people. I'm hesitant in believing what she's saying. And I think it's normal. Because somebody like her, being as devious as she was, being as vicious as she was, and in flip of a coin, she's now a Christian and she's coming out and she's now going to lecture people and come out with a Christian course online. You can go and subscribe for $5 a month, whatever the hell it was. It's like, okay, can we please just take a step back and look at the whole picture here and say, this chick she just converted. She just was baptized. I think that there needs to be a period of time here, out of the limelight, away, before you can even think about coming back. This like overnight shit is just that to me is like, lest we get into a situation like Sarah Stock, lest we get into a situation where we buy into the image of, oh yeah, she's converted. Oh yeah, Sarah Stock is this trad cath e-girl. She's so good. She's married. She's doing it all right. She met the Pope. Oh my gosh. In the same sense with Nala, we can be fooled. We need to be hesitant. We need to be hesitant on these people. These people are not always as they seem behind closed doors. And I've been saying this for since I started this channel. These people are grifters. A lot of these people are grifting scum. And they're going to come out there and they're going to say the based red pill talking points about the truth of the world. And they're a dime a dozen. There's 1,000 of them now. And they're going to say, hey, immigrants, the wall, get married, be trad, live the life. And then you're going to find out, oh, wait, these people don't actually live that at all. They don't actually believe in it. They are grifting. They are grifting, dude. They're just trying to get your money. They're trying to get your attention. And they're doing it. They're doing it. A lot of these people buy into this crap. Oh, pretty blonde girl who says slurs. Oh, I'm in love. Oh my gosh. But it's all a grift and a LARP. Frankly, it's a delusion is what it is. The fact that that's like what they're pushing out there is like, yeah, you're going to meet this like far right wing, blonde-haired, A10, blue-eyed, Aryan goddess is like, that's a delusion. That's on the same level as trans people, okay? That's on the same level as trans women, okay? Being like, I can go to the women's restroom. Because if you met a girl like that in real life, she's not going to have far right-wing opinions. She's not going to be Latrad girl. And she wasn't. Clearly, right? Sarah Stock wasn't Latrad girl. They're probably going to be, a little promiscuous, probably have gone around the block, probably have dated, probably have gone, right? Because that's just the reality we live in. You're not going to find that girl, man. You're not going to find that girl. These girls out there on the internet are using their looks. They're using these things to wrangle. They're tard wranglers. They're wrangling you in with their talking points and their looks and getting you addicted to them. Many such cases. So now we see that Dick Masterson posts the sweet justice that Elijah Schaffer is filing for divorce. Where is this? What's the state? Does it say the state on here? Oh, Palm Beach. Elijah Schaffer is filing for divorce in Palm Beach, Florida. To be served on Kezia Louise Schaffer. $400 fully paid. $10. Wow. Look at, dude, this guy, this shit pisses me off, man. As far as I know, this guy has never actually converted and been baptized in the Orthodox Church. So him wearing this is just a total grift. Another element to the grift. Shameless. These people are shameless. They know that there is a base of people out there who believe in traditional values, who believe in Christianity, and they just wear the skin of that. They get on the screen, they wear the skin of that, and they just profess these things, nominally profess these things, even though they don't actually believe in it, even though they're alcoholics and they're having rampant sex and they don't give a shit about their marriage and they want to be polyamorous. Like Elijah, like he said. My wife doesn't care, right? They get out there and then they just wear the skin of the stuff to get the masses to buy into them and give them attention. But thankfully, Elijah was never very charismatic. And his shit sucked. And I never watched his content. And the only reason why I thought I ever followed him was because he would host other people I liked. Smarter people, more charismatic people, funnier people, right? He himself, I did never watch his shit ever. I don't know anybody who watches him, frankly. Now, Sarah Stock, after that post saying pray for me, she's deactivated her account. So there is some truth, apparently, from what it seems. There's truth to what has come out, the revelations. Yeah, dude, Sarah Stock, her husband, man, I feel for that guy. I wonder if we got that. Do we have that? This bro, oh man, I feel bad for him. Now, is this something they can work through? Yeah. I mean, if it was before their engagement or their marriage, look, you can work through this. I'm not saying this is completely over for them. It appears to be that it's over for Elijah, though, in his marriage, because he's filing for divorce. But for them, you know, hey, man, I wish you the best. I do not wish these people harm or eternal L's. It's just, damn, dude. These people just don't, that's not him. I'm married. I'm married a hoe. I mean, yeah, dude, the internet's eating her alive. I feel bad. I honestly, like, there is an element of, like, I feel bad for these people. You make mistakes. And Richard Spencer here is going to reiterate that point. Like, you make mistakes here, but your whole, the problem is that your whole image and persona is based around this mythos, man, that you're a trad e-girl and you profess these things. And that's really how you got your fame, you know? It's probably how people felt when Barry Bonds got busted for PEDs, right? And steroids. They're probably like, dude, that's your shit. That's what you were, and you're cheating. Or Sammy Sosa, you're cheating. What? Because, you know, these sports people go and they'll get divorced. They'll get, you know, they'll abuse their wives or whatever. You know, not that I'm saying that's good, but like that doesn't, the people who watch them play, it doesn't have any bearing on that, because that's the thing that they are known for. That's the thing that they're good at. That's their specialty. But you find out that they're cheating, they're taking PEDs, they're throwing games. That's like a mortal sin. That's like, oh, gut wrenching. That's kind of similar to this, you know? You're supposed to be this image. You're professing this thing, and we're finding out you're completely not that. You're doing things behind the scenes. Same with Elijah. Elijah is an alcoholic, drug abusing cheater, it seems like. He comes on X and he posts these long screeds about, I'm so sad. And look, man, he probably is. And I feel for that. I mean, as any sinner should, right? I feel for that. Like, yeah, I have a bad time as well. You know, when you do stuff, when you drink too much, when you eat too much, when you're gluttonous or whatever, you know, you have these problems and you feel bad about them. But like, I don't try to lay on this image of myself that I'm the moral arbiter and I'm trad. And I'm not trad. I'm not look, I'm a flawed freak. Okay. I'm not trying to be any of that shit. I'm trying to be me. I'm not trying to put up a front, but you people are putting up a front and trying to make that seem like that's who you are. And that's not. In my opinion, if he forgives her for this, then he's a cuck. Like, I'm sorry, but come on. The thing is if you're married, you're Christian, I think that you have a duty to try and work through it. And if she's absolutely sorry for it, I would, because it's not even really like they weren't even married. They weren't even engaged. Like she said, it was a year before they even got engaged. So it's not that. It's just that she kind of what's the word? She sold herself on false premises, right? She didn't tell him the whole story. You have a duty to forgive in any case. Duty to reconcile is a separate question. Oh, interesting. Interesting division there. I mean, because I don't even think, I mean, they're Catholic, right? Catholics in chat, is that even grounds for, or there is no divorce in the Catholic Church, or annulment? Would you get an annulment for that? Can you? I don't even know. For cheating, but they're not even married. So they weren't even married at the time, so it doesn't even really mean anything. It's not like she even cheated on him. I don't even know were they even together? We don't even know if they were together. Is there grounds for annulment? I don't know. I don't think it doesn't have to be while you're married. I'm not familiar with all the Roman Catholic legalese. I don't know. False pretenses can. Oh, okay. Yeah. Maybe. But you can't listen, man. The Pope, if the Pope has blessed it, make it work. You know, screw it. Just forgive her. If she's really sad and she's deleting all of her shit, I don't know. As much as I attack people, right? As much as we go through their dirty laundry, I don't want people in vice and in sin and in despair, right? Clearly, I advocate against the black pill. I advocate against this stuff. But this is crazy. I mean, it's crazy. We got to cover this because it's the news, it's the drama, it's juicy, right? It is juicy. But I hope these people, they make it work. I hope Elijah does too. But he seems to be just going wacko off the deep end. Yeah, Sarah and her husband. This is her husband. Got their marriage blessed by the Pope. Is this a fake hand? Doesn't this look fake to you? Look at the different color. It looks like he's got like a fake hand. Like, all right, let's move along. We got Richard Spencer here. He says, the guy who okay, so Norman here says, the guy who recorded her confession said it was easy. He just bought her a beer and a Benadryl. In all seriousness, a people who can't keep true to their oaths and loyalties deserve to be erased. Richard Spencer says, yeah, humans are flawed. I agree with the Christians on this one, but why are people focusing on Sarah's failing? The real issue is that Rift TV is, in my opinion, probably a foreign op. I think he's right. It's good that he has collapsed, but there's value in learning the truth about who or what was funding it. This is a good point because I think he's right. I think that Elijah, just like Tenet Media, is being propped up by a foreign entity, a foreign government. And it would be nice to see if we can figure out who that was. Russia, Qatar, El Salvador, maybe. And it seems like some of this is an attack on that because Kash Patel and his girlfriend were suing Elijah, which was weird because he said some shit about her being a Mossad agent and him being the head of the FBI, then suing, like that's a crazy talk, man, that he did that. I wonder if he's under pressure from them. I wonder if that was a shot across the bow. I wonder if they were trying to signal to him, hey, you better straighten up, buddy boy. And then maybe this was like, okay, all right, you're not straightening up. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe it was the donors who were saying you better do what we want you to do. And then they just released this dossier to the snake, the viper, Milo, and he released it to the world. I don't know I don't know what's going on, but it does seem to me that it's not just a case of anything, like anytime it's politics and people trying to grow an audience and grow support and grow all this kind of power struggle that our politics is based off of. I always have to think that who else could have a motive here to cut this person down? And clearly Milo, right? Milo is a snake. And he even said, look, I'll be there to help you when you come back. I'll be there. Because he probably wants him on his side. On whatever team he's on. I don't even know what team he's on. I have no idea. I respect you, Richard, but having this mentality gives an opening to people like Lauren Southern or Eli Mosley. There must be standards for leadership and influential figures. Some blame can be placed on the people who fell for her illusion and grift as well. Some healthy cynicism could have saved a lot of trouble. Richard says, okay, but accepting everyone who says Christ is king is the real liability. I never worked with Sarah or met her. I keep a very close circle. True. That's true. Don't just... What do they say? Not everybody who professes Lord, Lord will be saved. What's the quote? Will enter the kingdom of heaven. That's what it is. Not everyone who says Lord, Lord will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only the ones who does the will of my Father in heaven. And it's not even, I mean, we don't even have to go that far. I mean, just the fact that they're on their face. Elijah Schaffer wants to wear the freaking Orthodox cross and be like, hey guys, we're back on Rift TV. I'm talking about the right-wing social issues. And then behind the scenes, he's berating his wife and yelling at them and banging other right-wing e-girls. It's like, take the damn cross off now. Okay? You're not even, bro. Take it off. Like, just be like, why can't you just be like he's not religious at all? I think that would be way more, okay, if you're just this, like, devil may care, I'm a libertarian, whatever, like, that would have been better. I think people would let that down a lot easier than being like, I'm a trad Christian right-winger who professes all this hard right nationalism because the degeneracy of our society. It's like, okay. If she lied and told him she was a virgin because she knew he wouldn't marry her if she wasn't, that's probably invalid. Yeah. Erase, that's a bit extreme. Yeah, that is a bit extreme. That's why Richard coming here with the soft liberal takes. Hey, guys. My first girlfriend literally did this, but a dream warned me. Interesting. I asked her what her plan was if I really had married her, and she said she just planned to take it to the grave. Oh, the virginity thing. Interesting. You should just go into assuming that none of them are. Just like cops. Cops always assume you have a weapon on you, right? Ohio has constitutional carry, right? Cops are, I guess, trained to now just assume everybody has a gun on them because it's constitutional carry. Just go into any relationship assuming she's not a virgin. I wonder how many women have done this. It's absolutely sickening. The idea that if you can avoid accountability, somehow your decisions don't matter. If I don't get caught, if I can blame someone else, if I can pretend it didn't happen, then it will be like nothing happened. Such a lie. I was listening to callers on John Deloney. I don't even know what that is. And the number of people called in with stories of women doing this to them, or women calling in like, I lied to my husband and now I have a kid. How do I tell him? I can not imagine marrying somebody I couldn't trust. Hence, I am single. Yeah, it's tough out there, man. It's tough. And clearly, we're not the only ones who are struggling with this. Even us mere lowly lay people, the problems we have clearly are not devoid of the elite, of the political elite, who are so graciously giving us their political takes. Thank you, Elijah Schaffer. Right? These people, even they're fraught with vice, right? And it's tough for them. Probably even more so. That's why you should live a simple life. Didn't Leonard Skinner say that, right? Be a simple man. Maybe living a simple life is actually not so bad. Because then you don't get wrapped up with the Sarah Stocks of the world. You never meet a Sarah Stock, frankly. It's almost like find your girl that you can get along with and dip the fuck out of the complicated world we live in, the interconnected world we live in. Look at it from afar. I assume people aren't virgins and nobody needs to tell me anything, but if someone says they are, that's the problem. Oh, did she say she was a virgin, your ex? They were experience affliction, yeah. Sarah Stock could have just told her that boyfriend that it happened in the past. Right. That's the problem. You're right. That's the problem, is that you're professing this and saying you're this virtuous, great person. I don't think I've said do I talk like that? I don't try to come off that way at all. I'm a very flawed person. I don't want to be a grifter in any sort. I'm just trying to call it like it is and check out the drama as it is. I hope I do not come off as somebody who's acting holier than thou. No, I'm totally not. We're all flawed, man. But yeah, if you sit there, and that's the problem, because there's a lot of people like this online. A lot of them in the traditional Catholic sphere I see is like they act very litigious, very, very much. I follow the path. You're not following the path. You're being a vicious kind of demon, but I'm good, and like very much sneering. There's people I see, man, they very much look down at their nose at people. And then you find out, they haven't pulled the freaking log out of their own eye yet. Oh, okay. The conservative sphere just needs to get real. That's one of the problems. A lot of this shit, I kind of agree with some of these people, is that like the Richard Spencers, maybe the Richard Hananias of the world, right? Like, they're like right wing, but they're not necessarily conservative. But like the conservative people need to just be like more realistic about things. Like this type of shit, like I said earlier, it's like the 1950s trad wife shit. I'm not saying you shouldn't value or push for virginity and, the trad life and virtue. But you don't, if you're a flawed person, just say you're a flawed person. You don't have to come off as of the image of I am the reincarnation of the Theotokos. I mean, like that's not, you don't have to do that. It's not really your place. You can just be a real person. Just be real. That's really what it is. Be real. Live truly. Live your truth. As the liberals would say, live your truth, man. Live the truth. How about that? I almost feel like it would be much more interesting to see more of that type of stuff. Watch people who are flawed, who you see go through the process of deification, right? Of theosis. That would be cool. That would be way cooler. That would be a better testament to Christianity than this crap where we just say, I'm perfect, I'm there, I'm at the end, I'm good. No, you're bad, you're terrible. Like that shit's like, dude, nobody wants to watch that. The saints were as close to perfection as you can have here on earth, and even they were flawed. Right. I saw that Moses the Black, right? Moses the Black was like a thief and a murderer. I said this because I just saw this. There's a movie, Moses the Black, that came out with Wiz Khalifa, 50 Cent, Quavo, like a bunch of rappers. I'm all for this, by the way. I wanted to go see it in theaters, but it's only at like one theater, and it's playing for a week at like 3 p.m. throughout the week. So I don't know why it's limited, but very, very good. I want to go see this Moses Black. But you're right. Like these people are like absolute scum of the earth. Saint Mary of Egypt. She was like a Nala, right? She was like Nala Ray. She was like a slut of sluts. And she went off into the desert and turned on her on her promiscuous past and went off into the desert for like years. I don't even remember how long it was. Was it like 40 years or something like that? 30 years? And didn't she just totally went and lived a life of asceticism and fasting? She attempted to enter the church and promised to give up this world. She attempted again to enter the church and this time was able to go in. After venerating the relic of the true cross, she returned to the icon to give thanks and heard a voice telling her, "If you cross the Jordan, you will find glorious rest." She immediately went to the monastery of St. John the Baptist on the banks of the River Jordan, where she received absolution, afterwards Holy Communion. The next morning, she crossed Jordan eastwards and retired to the desert to live the rest of her life as a hermit in penitence. She took with her only 3 loaves of bread she had bought, and once she had eaten these, lived only on what she could find in the wilderness. Yo. But like shit like that, stories like that, you hear something like that, you're like, dang, dude, this lady was a prostitute, a hussy, man. And she just let it, I mean, the story is just laying, it's not telling you she was perfect and she was perfect and she was always perfect. No, it's telling you the dirty details of this person's life. And how they gave it all up and said, I'm done with that. I'm turning my way. I'm going to be a hermit in the desert because of what I've done. That is a much more powerful story than saying, I'm already there. I'm completed. I'm at the end of that. I'm not going to see the movie because I can't. It's literally playing for like this week and it's at like 3 p.m. during the week. I'm like, I work till 4. Well, this is insane. So I the one near me is the only time. So I'm just gonna wait for it to come out on streaming and I'll watch it. But I think that looks good. I like that. I like that. We got to get the brothers. We got to get the black community. Get them into us. And I think that Father Orthodox streamer, Father Turbo Qualls, he streams on YouTube. This guy. I think he's in it. He's in the movie. So, kind of cool, kind of making waves in the media space. St. John Chrysostom was a hermit and a woman came for guidance and he got her pregnant. Dang, dude. Dude, he had game, bro. Joe, I got that St. John Chrysostom game, bro. Yeah, I've never heard that either, but I'm not super knowledgeable. I'm taking your word for it. Check me. Anyways, let's go forward. So now Elijah, the next day, comes on here and he tries to aura farm on the TL about the situation. He's filing for divorce from his wife. He's sleeping with Sarah Stock, another right-wing e-girl grifter. Breaking up a marriage, potentially breaking up her marriage, although I hope it doesn't. And now he comes on here and says, it's my story to tell. Thank you, Myron. Thank you, Nick Fuentes. Thank you, Alex Jones. Thank you, Gavin McGinnis. Thank you, whoever that is. Real ones. I got mad aura. Be mad. They will not get away with this. I'm not effing leaving. Game on. And he put the Matrix shit on it. Oh my gosh, dude. This is not conservative, right? This is one of the things is that this fear has weaponized some of the worst behavior. And it goes, because of this culture war that we have, we go, well, I'm under attack. I'm under attack by the woke left, like all you guys were, right? You guys were censored. You're under attack. Well, now I'm under attack. It's like, no, dude, you're actually just, cheating on your wife. And that's what it is. I know you want to come on here and talk about how you're breaking out of the Matrix and how you have fucking mad aura and you're like the next Andrew Tate. But we don't need to legitimize you, and we shouldn't legitimize you. Okay? It's like, oh, if I come out here and sleep with a billion women, now I'm base and red pilled and I'm breaking out of the Matrix. What? If I come out here and I'm going to yell slurs and epitaphs at people, oh, now I'm base because I'm breaking through the woke mind virus that controls my free speech. It's like, no, hang on. That's dumb. The woke mind virus is dumb. Controlling speech and censoring people is gay and retarded. But also going out there and, calling children the N-word is like also, not very tasteful. We probably shouldn't be doing that. But they're like, no. I'm base. And you're going to have to give, send, go, right? Give, send, go incoming for Elijah Schaffer cheating on his wife. It's incoming. I'm waiting for it. I can't wait. You guys got to back me up for how shitty I am. And thank God, the community note. Here's the story. Cheated on his wife, filed for divorce, claimed his family had been kidnapped, was a drug alcohol addict and abusive, made homophobic statements despite having homosexual relationships in the past. What? I didn't see that. Is this real? Okay, I didn't see that last part. I didn't know he was a homosexual. I'll have to see. That's alleged. I don't know. Elijah says, thank you, Nero, for making me famous, you fucking snake bitch. Blood is in the water, and I hate sharks. I have a dick, and it works. Everyone can go cry about it. I'm taking applications for podcast appearances. I'll release the info. They are shopping about me myself. So now he's trying to flip this around and make this a financial gain. I'm blowing up my marriage. I'm sleeping with e-girl trad grifters. Now, if you guys want me on your podcast, I'll come on. Myron will probably have him on. Rolo Tomasi will probably have him on. He's going to shift now to being the single-based, lonely man. I'm on my own. I'm going to have orgy parties. I'm going to go out and do drugs. That's probably what his next move is. That's why he put the Matrix shit here, because he wants to pivot to being a red pill Andrew Tate person. We should not let him. We should not let him. Get back in your hole, you bum. Go wherever the hell else from where you came. We do not need you, the grifters on here, on the political sphere. We do not need you. But that's what he's going to try and do. He's going to try and reinvent himself as now I'm a red pill. I don't care about women. I don't care about family. Watch. He'll take off the cross. He'll delete all the Christian tweets he had. And now he'll reinvent himself as a Andrew Tate, red pill, whatever. Fuck bitches, get money. My bad on the St. John Chrysostom. I guess it was an apocryphal legend. Probably not true. Dude, you're making me spread misinformation. Yeah, it sounded weird to me too. I was like, I don't know. I just don't know much about, honestly, I have not read that much about St. John Chrysostom. I just know the Divine Liturgy, right? That's the one we use for most of the year. And I thought that would be surprising, but I don't know. I don't know exactly what happened. Anyways. Kangman Lee says this is not it, man. It's not it, man. Warski, Aura. Yeah, okay. Keep up this energy, dude. It won't totally get worse. I know. I can't, dude. The Kino Casino, man. They're going to have a field day with this shit. Doubling and tripling down is crazy, man. I feel like Sarah Stock is taking the right, as bad as the situation is, she's taking the right move. He should do the same thing. Look, I feel bad. Apologize. This was a mistake. I'm going to rehab. That's literally what Milo said. Go to rehab, dude. We can get your image back. He said, I'll be on your team. Look, man, there you go. You got an ally right there. Elijah says, what's done in the darkness will be shown in the light. I honestly gave my life to God a few months ago. We've all done things we know we should be doing. Publicly stone me. You won't make me hate myself for what I repented of or expose it all. It's healing to me. Post my dick even. Oh gosh, please. Please don't post that. We don't need to see that. Please don't. But okay, so now he's saying that these problems he had, he's repenting from, and he gave his life to Christ. Okay, all right, man. The problem I have with this is that it doesn't nullify the things that have happened. It doesn't nullify your position in politics or where you're at. Like, there might need to be some repentance, as we saw with Saint Mary of Egypt. For her penance, she left and went across the Jordan into the wilderness as a hermit. I'm not saying he has to do that, but I feel like there has to be some outward expression of, I did wrong here. You can't just say it and then be like, I'm good. Anyways, F all you, and I'm fucking aura maxing, and it's just weird, man. I don't know. I think there needs to be a better litmus here. We can't, because anybody can just say that. That's one of the problems with our political elite is they're just saying that they're Christian. Oh, we're Christian. We believe in the Bible. We believe it all. And then what do? They do the exact opposite. And you go, then you get fooled. And then you get fooled. Good night, Alexandra. Have a good night. Good seeing you in chat. Good stream tonight. We're about done here anyway, so you basically made it. I think Trump was the first person ever running for marriage to be okay with gay marriage. Yeah, I think that sounds right. Because even Obama he said marriage between one man and one woman. You can find footage of that from his 2008 campaign. But Trump was like explicitly pro-gay. But he's based on everything else. You see how that, and when I say base, he's not really, but he's saying base things. But you see how they integrate that and they mix it? You're getting the openly pro-gay, pro-Jewish president, but then but she's talking about building a wall, and he's talking about sticking it to the deep state. Oh, wow, this is so revolutionary. But then it's like, yeah, it is revolutionary, but not for what you think. It's revolutionary because he's pressing the progressive envelope. But people are too stupid that they get clouded on the periphery and the immigration and all this stuff and MAGA and all that they lose sight of actually what he's saying. Let's see this Nick Fuentes clip. This was when I pulled up from the comments earlier.
I told you the other night, I don't really want to weigh in on the Elijah Schaffer, Sarah Stock drama because they're both friends of mine. And obviously, I don't approve of the things that are being said about them. It's not good stuff, but they're my friends. And I'm there for my friends when they're going through a hard time and when they're going through a good time. You know, that's what I have to say about that. I told you the other night.
Nick Fuentes understands the friend-enemy distinction better than all the right-wing panicans who troon out over something Trump says. Nick believes Elijah Schaffer and Sarah Stock deserve grace because they are his friends, but J.D. Vance deserves evil because he is Nick's enemy. Yeah, that's what it seems like. And he even commented on this. Let's see if I see this. I think he said something about it being this kind of tough or something. Uh-oh. Oh no, my shit might have froze. Hello? We're stuck on the worst frame ever, too. Hello? Oh, we're still here? Is the chat still? Okay, what is this? Hello? Oh, there we go. Where was this tweet? I saw this. He did respond here. Maybe I'll just go to his. Yeah, so he literally said, "Okay, this is tough. I can't even lie." Yeah, this is kind of fucking gay, dude. I mean, it's kind of stupid. I don't understand. But that's the thing, is that it just seems like there is it's the network and like the friend enemy distinction. This person doesn't disavow me. This person does disavow me. So therefore, you'll give a lot more leniency to these people. It's not going to be applied equally. The law is not applied equally to everybody. Because if this was somebody outside of that friend enemy distinction, he would light them the fuck up. I mean, it would be like, rest in piss, bozo. Like, but this person is like, well, they've been good to me, so like, that's really what it is like, the litmus is not about really what they do. What they do is kind of like, and maybe there is a certain extent to where, okay, if it ventures too far, maybe you have to break it off with them. Like, yeah, but I don't know where, I mean, where that range is all based up to Nick. And really the litmus here is that I'm going to apply the morality differently for people who, the litmus being bend the knee to me. The people who, okay, if you're good to me and you don't disavow me and you suck my toes, then I will apply it more leniently to you. But if you don't do that, you don't always agree with me on everything, then guess what? Full freaking shock and awe on you for any little infraction. That's what it seems like. But Elijah Schaffer and Sarah Stock on the same team as Nick. Interesting to think about. Interesting to place them. Is Rift TV? And some of this stuff is also, it's an overlap, right? Where it's a Venn diagram to where they're not fully, but they're lending. That's a network that kind of lends to another network. They're connected, but they're not part of the same group necessarily. And I don't know exactly where Rift in all this sphere lands with the America First movement, but it's an interesting thing to think about. Okay, so he's okay with them, and they're largely, it seems like they're okay with him. So they're kind of, at the bare minimum, connected as a network. They're connected, maybe not in the same network, but they're connected. So that's somewhere where I'd put them, but interesting. Mislabeled beach photo sparks mockery of Nick Fun. What is this? That's his sister? Built like a fridge.
On fat people trying to look less fat. That's it.
I'm just clicking on random shit on the timeline. Forgive me, I was put under a spell by the algorithm to click on shit. Anyways, I don't know what to make of this. I'd like to see how Elijah reinvents himself. Looks like he's going to try and reinvent himself as a God-fearing Christian man. Push further in that direction. I wish him the best. I wish Sarah Stock the best. I don't want these people to be, in despair or black-pilled or whatever. But it's just, the grifting is just got to stop. Just be real. But it doesn't seem like that's like the first thought. The first thought is not to just be me. And I actually have a knack for this, because I don't think Elijah Schaffer actually has a knack for this. I actually think he's very uncharismatic, and he's not that good of a communicator, and he kind of sounds gay. So I don't actually think he's that good at this. I think I'm better at this, and I have 276 subscribers, frankly. I think I'm a better communicator than he is. But they push him out there and they say, get out there, kid. And then they go, what do I have to say again? You just say, Christ is king. You just say, we hate immigrants. You just say, women are whores. And you say, and we'll get you lots of money and lots of donations. Oh, okay. We'll prey on the resentful black pill of the society. Oh, okay. And I just think that that's like, it's not so much that the person should be in this position and that they are supposed to be in this position for interesting ideas or their charismatic nature or whatever, or they're a good communicator. It's that they're foisted out there by donors, by special interests, by governments even, to play into this bit and attract the crowd. And that's what it feels like a lot of these people are to me. And I just think, look, as a person, I hope you're good. I hope you don't, no negativity upon you. But you should not be grifting in this sphere. Like, you should just be out of here. Okay, you should just log off. Do not do this shit. Do not do the Andrew Tate bit. Fuck that. And I'm going to unfollow if that's what it's going to be. I'll keep it followed now because I want to see the updates, but we should all just keep that in the back of our mind. Anyways, that's going to be it. Good night, Jacob. Good night, Marie. That's going to be it for me. That is the stream, and the clips will be up during the week. Please give me a subscribe on YouTube. JChem on YT. Let's get back to it. JChem on YT. Follow me on X. JChem on YT. Same exact thing. Helps me out a ton. Clips will be up during the week. We had a good stream tonight. I thought it was very, very good. Very fleshed out. Good conversations. Good chatters. Had a good conversation with a lot of people in chat. High energy. I think I'm past the depression state of winter, and now we're looking to keep the energy up. We're doing well. So I'm gonna be back next week, next Saturday, 7 p.m. Clips will be up during the week, and I will see you all then. Have a good night.